Hello, Gizmo. Hello, Catherine. Hello, Andres Lopez. My live stream will be beginning in a few minutes. So, well, give me about 10 minutes, and we'll be ready to go. This is the Friday live stream. Before I begin, I will just start some music, and then I'll be back. So here we go. Hello, Glory from Ghana. I hope that we have a fun live stream, and I hope that we keep things fun and cordial and enjoyable. And again, this is a stream for you to engage with me and for I to engage with you, the people who watch my videos. And also, this is a time for people to disagree with me. If you disagree with me, this is your time to express your disagreement. Hello, Joshua George. All right, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to get ready here. And I'll just play some music for you guys to keep you guys entertained and just to have some noise in the atmosphere. So here we go. I'm turn my mic off and just play some music. Here we go. We got some Russian doomer music playing at the moment.
Жаждой собак, умирая, обливаемся потом. Закройте его, мои тучи, наши войска одержат победу. Апрель нас поранит, измучит, и мы погибнем с вами к лету. Но осень придет, мы дождемся, и в бой мы спасем человеческое в человеке, а сейчас наш последний герой вдоволь наполнит реки. Мы вылечимся, наберемся силы. Мы 1000 раз давали клятву, и столько же раз начинался ливень. Я верю в шаманов, в их бубны и силу, что танцем могли бы избавить от зноя. Закройте могучее небо светило, закройте. Закройте его, мои тучи, наши войска одержат победу. Апрель нас поранит, измучит, и мы погибнем с вами к лету. Но осень придет, мы дождемся, и в бой мы спасем человеческое в человеке, а сейчас наш последний герой вдоволь наполнит реки.
Под запретом шлю привет и без ответа меня нету. Как тебя найти? Уже не считаю комет. А где ты, где ты, где ты? Вот тебе цветы, вот шампанское, фрукты, яхты, потерянные бухты, сводки новостей. Не приглашаю гостей. Куда ты от меня пропала без вести? Не хватает нежности, свежести, трезвости. Ставлю твой CD, где ты? Осталась одна Надия. Диана, 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 один я 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 Надия. В конце января не вопрос, поезд снес, не хватает папирос, чай и морс. Приехал зря, ничего не говоря, для тебя последняя буква я на листке календаря. Ветер, слеза, вокзал, снег, глаза, такси. Куда? Отсюда и туда, лифт, и дашь свет, кто там, прости, я. Тишина, осталась одна Надия. Диана, 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 один я 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 Надия. Чай, кофе нет, предъявите свой билет. Позади Нева, впереди зеленый свет. Слов нет, я дома, Москва, дома из цветного картона. Метро, устал, выход из последнего вагона. Лифт и так свет, молчание, слов нет. Прошло отчаяние, свеча, и я нечаянно бросаю два тебе и мне одинаково. Я забыл, ты пьешь без сахара. Карты были раскрыты, не прочтены, сожжены, не выражены, выброшены и забыты. И не важно, кто ты, где ты, летом, с кем ты считаешь кометы. Моменты были, прошли, уплыли на мели. Не будила, оставила, написала Надия на листке календаря в начале января. Это уже было, это видел я. Надия, Надия, Надия. Диана, 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 один я 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 Надия. легко, как дважды два. И все бы ничего, даже лучше, чем если б не машина, я возьму. Я делаю мел, ты делаешь мел, мы делаем мел по ночам. Я делаю мел, ты делаешь мел, мы делаем мел, наука по ночам. Я делаю мел, ты делаешь мел, мы делаем мел по ночам. Я делаю мел, ты делаешь мел, мы делаем мел, наука по ночам. Ночная магистраль, черная петля, вложив остатки сил в поворот руля, врываясь в мир огней и случайных встреч, оставив за спиной все, что не сберечь. Ночной
Hello, everyone. This is the Friday live stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the music. This is Russian/Ukrainian doomer music, which I always enjoy listening to. Good evening, MC ADHD. Hello, Monkey Brain. Good day. Hello, Rusty. Jack DeAngelis. Hello, Sharon. Hello, Goose Hunter. Hello, Mike, Catherine. Thank you. Morg321. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. How many people are listening to this chat? I'm gonna check the live stream here. How many people are listening to this live stream? 13 people are watching. Oh, I can get more people. Hopefully we can get some more people. I'm gonna see what I can say while we wait for more people to show up. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Hello, happy Friday. I'm gonna see how many things I can say. How many things can come out of my mouth? I think this is a good mental exercise. I think that, I've met people who are really good at being interlocutors. They're really good at having conversation. And anytime I meet those types of people, I always tell them the same thing. I always tell them you should start a YouTube channel. And I've met a number of people in my life who were very good at talking. They were very good at having conversation. They were friendly. They were funny. They were cordial. That's redundant. I mean, cordial is basically friendly. They were intelligent, knowledgeable, articulate. They were all of the things that a good vlogger should be. Yes, you heard correct. You heard Soy, Victor Soy. That's correct. Winner of music last time. Yep. This time we'll do music. That last week I just didn't feel like doing it. I really wanted to talk. Sometimes I'm in more of a talking mood, but you know, I've met a number of people in my life who were really good at talking. They were very articulate. They were funny. They were cordial. They had a good voice for talking. And there is a particular voice that is more attractive than others. I think there are certain voices that are more attractive than others when it comes to doing YouTube videos and doing videos in general. Why do you think certain people made it in the radio business and certain people didn't? I mean, going back to the 1990s, going back to the early 2000s, you had some radio personalities that were very, very successful. Rush Limbaugh, Michael Savage, Bill O'Reilly, Glenn Beck. These guys were very successful, and I think what made them successful was the way they talked. Which leads me to question, maybe someone here can help me out with this, but how in the hell did Mark Levine get successful in radio? Seriously, how in the hell did that guy get successful? Because he's got the most annoying voice imaginable, and yet he was very successful. I think he still is successful. But he talks like, he goes, I'm Mark Levine. It's actually worse than that. He has a very raspy, raggedy voice, very annoying. You can tell he's an extremely irritable individual, very easily irritated. And he has been very successful in his radio career. Now, he's successful, right? I'm not going to say that he shouldn't have a right to be successful, obviously not. But I just don't understand how that guy got successful, because he has the most annoying voice ever. So I guess it's not just about the voice, but I think voice does play a role. Savage no longer has a radio show, Morg. He no longer has a radio show. He has a podcast, which he does, I believe, twice a week, and I think he charges to allow people to listen to his 2 podcasts, and all power to him. He is in his 80s now. He is retired. I don't think he has the patience to be doing radio every single day. But Michael Savage was very successful at one point. He was the number 2 or number 3 most listened to radio host in the country at one point in time. And I think a lot of it had to do with his voice. He had that no-nonsense New York, I'm from the Bronx accent. He had that dialect. He had that contour. He had that inflection. He had that tone that was at times aggressive, but at times also very relaxing. And he was very good at storytelling. Michael Savage was very good at storytelling, I will say that. And the reason why I loved listening to Michael Savage, I would listen to him every single day. When I was in middle school and high school, I would just listen to Michael Savage. And the main reason why I listened to Michael Savage was because he was very good at harmonizing political discourse with discussion on culture and art. And that's something that I love. I love the idea of having political discourse, having a discourse on the political happenings of society, on the zeitgeist, on the political environment, on the ideological atmosphere, on the political climate, while at the same time harmonizing that discussion with talks on aesthetics, talks on art, on culture, on language, on music, which is part of culture and art. So I think that is very, very... I think it's very nice. I think it's a very pleasant formula. And what I will say is that I think that political discourse without cultural discourse is pretty much meaningless. I don't really care about talking about what Senator so-and-so said. I really want to focus on the soul of a nation. The soul of a nation. That's what I want to talk about. The British accent equals intelligence thing. That is a very real phenomenon in the American psyche, in the American collective consciousness. I believe that it's probably something that goes back to the 18th century, when a lot of Irish people moved to America. If you look at the American/Canadian dialect, the contour of American voices, you will see American and Canadians. We'll just say North American. If you look at the contour of North American dialects, one thing that you'll notice is that they, for the most part, sound closer to the Irish dialect. If you listen to the Irish dialect, you will notice that there's a lot of overlap between the Irish dialect and the North American dialects. For one thing, the Irish are the only people in the UK who pronounce R the way that Americans do. We pronounce R with a R. Whereas the English and the Welsh, they pronounce it with a ah. So, are you going home? In America, we would say, are you going home? The Irish would say it in a similar way. Are you going home? Or, I don't know, that's more of a Scottish thing. And the Scottish, by the way, roll their R's like Spaniards. It's similar to Spaniards. So the Irish, it's very interesting. The Irish were looked down upon. Yeah, the Irish were looked down upon. And they were seen as inferior. Truly, they were. I mean, if you look at 19th century portrayals of Irish people, I saw one portrayal of an Irishman, the face of an Irishman, and it's a caricature of an Irishman. It's not really it's not a photograph, it's a drawing. It shows a drawing of the face of an Irishman, or how they would want people to see the face of an Irishman. And then they have the drawing of how they would want people to see a black man. A drawing of a caricature of the face of a black man. And they basically said they are alike, that the Irish and the black are alike. And they saw blacks as inferior, and by linking the Irishman with the black man, with the African, they were basically saying that the Irish are inferior. And there was a lot of persecution of the Irish people. There was a terrible treatment of the Irish people. Terrible treatment of the Irish people, to the point where 1 million Irish people starved to death, to a great extent because of the Malthusian policy of the British. And I know they are British nationalists who would come and disagree with me on this, but the fact is that there was a terrible blight that infected the Irish potato harvest, and the British came along and said, well, you owe us taxes and potatoes. And they said, well, there's a huge shortage in potatoes. And the British said, we don't give a damn. So they took all the potatoes from the Irish and left the Irish to starve. And 1 million Irish people starved to death. It was absolutely horrendous, to the point where you hear stories about Irish people literally eating leather because of starvation. And there was a Malthusian ideology that the British upheld. Malthusianism is basically pre-Darwinian eugenics. I've been in the UK. I was living and working there for 3 years, and the English people are more arrogant and condescending than intelligent, from my experience. My father had the same experience. My father's been to the UK numerous times. However, I was getting along very well with the Irish. My father told me the same exact thing, by the way. He said, the English are schmucks. Irish people, very nice people. That's what my father told me. But I guess there were a lot of Irish people who were walking around talking like Conor McGregor. So the English said these people are basically animals and they're annoying and we don't like them. And so they had this Malthusian ideology. Now, Malthusianism is basically the idea of just letting people die due to nature, right? So you have a natural cause of death or a natural disaster like a famine or a plague. And the Malthusian doctrine basically says, let certain people get killed by nature, by famine or disease or natural disasters, so that the population will decline to the point where those who are of better genetic stock will survive, and those who are of inferior genetic makeup will just die off, leaving their genetics cut off from being propagated at all. Charles Darwin, a lot of people don't know this, but before Charles Darwin wrote his books, he was heavily influenced by Thomas Malthus. Thomas Malthus was an Anglican bishop who taught this idea of population control through allowing certain people to die from natural disasters. And Malthus also promoted the idea of building city infrastructure in a way that would be conducive for diseases to spread easier, so as people can die at greater numbers. And Malthus believed that streets should be made more narrow, alleyways should be made more narrow. I think he said that certain water supplies in certain areas should be allowed to be infected with disease, things of that nature. We're talking about some pretty evil things. And yes, this man was an Anglican bishop, and he was supposed to be a man who upheld he was supposed to be a man who upheld the Jewish rabbi who said that we should love one another. And that's what he was teaching. He wasn't teaching to love one another. He was teaching to kill one another. So Malthus basically promoted the idea that the government should make it easier for people to be killed by certain natural disasters, famine, plague, etc., so that the government can indirectly kill those who were seen as a threat to the gene pool. So that's what I've read about Thomas Malthus. And Malthus was the one of the patriarchs of eugenist thought, and his ideology was one of the main foundations for Charles Darwin. So Darwin was influenced by Malthus, and Malthus was influenced by the devil himself. I'll just put it that way. You can look up Thomas Malthus. Malthus was one of the main influences for Charles Darwin. So when the Irish people were starving from a famine, which came about due to a bacterial blight that infected the potato harvest, the British said, oh, this is a perfect time to apply Malthusianism and say, well, to hell with you, you can die, and who cares? And I know there are British nationalists who would come around, and like Turkish nationalists denying the Armenian genocide, they will come to try to undermine the horrendousness of the Irish potato famine. Erdogan will step down. Really? Well, Erdogan is very old. And he's not very old, but he's an old man. He doesn't have much time. He's getting tired. You can tell he's hit the wall. And yeah, Erdogan is not going to be, obviously he's not going to be the final leader of Turkey. There's going to be somebody else. What I suspect is that the people who will come after Erdogan and his ilk will be people who are bigger hardliners than he is. They're going to be way more of hardliners than he is. That's what I will say. They're going to be more nationalistic than he is. And one reason why I say that is because in Turkey, and I've said this many times, but I'll continue saying it, in Turkey, there is a very, very strong tendency towards nationalism. It's not like in other traditional Islamic countries where there is this idea of a universal brotherhood between Muslims. That doesn't really exist so much in Turkey, sad enough to say. And in Turkey, probably the most unpopular policy of Erdogan is him absorbing Syrians into Turkey. And there's a lot of hatred for Syrian migrants in Turkey, to the point where there have been actually very grisly murders done of Syrian migrants. In one case, a man burned 3 Syrian workers alive while they were asleep. While they were asleep, he went into their room, he poured gasoline around the room, and then he lit the place on fire. And those people died. They all died. So, very horrific stuff. But this is a result of the nationalistic tendency, which has I would say it has a root in the Grey Wolf, the Grey Wolves ideology, which is a horrendously, viciously nationalistic network in Turkey's ideological underground. Devlet Bahçeli will become president of Turkey. Okay, well, we'll see. Whoever becomes president of Turkey, it's going to be a monster, and probably a greater monster than Erdogan is, to be honest with you. Hello, Kate Estrada. Hello. So that's my thoughts on that. How many people are listening to the live stream now? 13 people. Let's refresh the page. 24 people. Not bad. Guys, last week we hit a pretty good number. We hit about, 40 something, or was it 30? Was it 38 people? It was definitely in the dozens. I was pretty happy about that. And for some reason, I streamed for 5 hours last week. And for 5 hours straight, guys, I was speaking nonstop. It was insane. Nonstop, me talking. And I haven't done that. I don't think I've ever done that before. Usually it's me talking for a few hours and then doing 2 hours of music, which sums up to 5 hours of streaming. But last week, I was just talking. There was no musical recommendations except for at the very end with just one song. But before that, it was just me talking straight up for 5 hours. And I really wanted to push myself. I really wanted to see how long I could go. How long can you go? How long can you go just talking? I think it's a great exercise for people who want to get into YouTubing or any sort of vlogging. And I was saying this earlier, but I didn't finish my thought. I sidetracked into another topic, I sidetracked into talking about the Irish potato famine. But I was saying that I've met numerous people in my life who, if they ever started YouTube channels, I believe would be successful doing YouTube. I really believe it. I've met people who are very enthusiastic. I've met people who are articulate, who know how to talk in front of a camera. And I always tell them, you should start a YouTube channel. I always tell them the same thing. You need to start a YouTube channel. You're great at talking. You have a lot of ideas. You have a lot of knowledge. You're articulate. You're funny. You're cordial. You are comfortable to listen to. You should start a YouTube channel. And do you know how many of them actually start a YouTube channel? There was only one person who started a YouTube channel after I recommended to them that they should start a YouTube channel. It was a woman from Spain. She was a Spanish journalist. Very intelligent young lady. She was a trad Catholic. I'm going to lay my feet on their chair here. She was a trad Catholic. She was in her early 30s. She was an attractive young lady. And I said, listen, this is exactly what I told her. And I know this may sound funny, but I'm not trying to be funny, even though it's pretty damn funny. Hold on a second here. I couldn't say that till the end, but et cetera, et cetera. Okay. I'm going to read you guys' comments. Don't worry. So I straight up told this lady this. I said, listen, you're good looking. You're intelligent. You're articulate. You have an accent, but who cares? That's a plus. Believe me, that's not a negative. That's a selling point. I told her, listen, there's a lot of lonely Catholic men out there. There's a lot of lonely Catholic guys out there, and they have this dream in their heads of a trad Catholic girl. And if you do YouTube and you start talking about trad Catholic stuff, I said, you're going to get a lot of people following you. You're going to get a lot of people listening to you. Just trust me on this. So she was very hesitant, but eventually she did it. She got herself a camera, and it was a cheap ass camera. Nothing special about the camera. She puts the camera on her desk, and she just does a video. And the video was about how a civil war will one day erupt in Spain. That's what the video was about. She said, I'm not sure. I don't like the way I said, just do the video. So she did the video. She sent it over to me. She said, what do you think? I reviewed the video, and you can tell she was nervous, and she was kind of hesitant to speak her mind, which is a very challenging thing. Believe it or not, it's more difficult than it sounds for most people. It's difficult to express your mind in front of a camera. It's difficult to express your mind in general, but in front of a camera, I think it can be even more difficult because it's just not natural, right? It's not natural to talk in front of a machine. But she did it, and I said, listen, upload it. Upload this damn video. Just do it. It's like that. I love that line from that actor who, Even Steven, what's his name? He played an Even Steven. I forgot his name. But he said, just do it! Do it! Oh, it's great. I love it. I love that video. Most motivating video I've ever seen. Just do it! So, it's not Nike. No, it's an actor who played in Even Stevens. He played in Holes. Shia LaBeouf. That's his real name. Shia LaBeouf. And so she uploaded the video. I am not exaggerating. I kid you guys not. Her video got 40,000 views in one day. One day, 40,000 views. There was no fancy thumbnail. Literally her face. I will speak about my book collection. Yes, I will speak about it. Absolutely. Rasko Militic. I will speak about my book collection. Absolutely. That's a good idea, by the way, for a video. But this girl gets 40,000 views in one day. And she was shocked. She didn't expect to get that many views. And I told her, I said, listen, a lot of lonely guys out there. They're dreaming of a Catholic girl. There's not a lot of trad Catholic girls out there. I said, you are fulfilling, I don't want to say fantasy because that sounds weird, but you're fulfilling a perception that they have. And by in a couple of more days, the damn thing went up. It was like 75,000 views. It was in the tens of thousands. And it was just her talking with an accent about how there's going to be a civil war in Spain and blah, blah, blah. And so I said, you need to do more videos. So she does a second video. The second video was about why NATO should be disbanded. Now, I disagreed with her, but that was her video. I reviewed it. I said, go ahead and upload it. She was of course she was I told her. I said, you're a good-looking woman. You're a trad Catholic. You speak multiple languages. You are an intelligent person. You need to be doing videos. So she does a second video. She had me review it, and I said, it's fine. Go ahead and review it. Even though I somewhat disagreed with her. She said that NATO should be disbanded and gotten rid of. There's no point in having NATO, blah, 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 and all this, whatever. That's her position. So she does the video, and this time, this video got 8,000 views. I said, listen, that's your 8,000 views. This is your second video. You already got 8,000 views, and her subscription number in just a couple of days was, well, I think it was like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 subscribers or something like that. I said, keep going. You know what happened? She got terrified. She got scared. That's what happened. She was afraid that she was honestly terrified that the police were going to knock down her door. That's what she told me. And she got rid of her channel. She didn't want anything to do with it. And she told me that I really believe that police officers could knock on my door. And I said, I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I said, you're making a terrible, terrible, terrible decision. And she says, no, I think I could be arrested. And I said, listen, there's a lot of right-wing activists in Europe, and none of them have been arrested. So what are you talking about? And she just, I couldn't convince her otherwise. I couldn't convince her to stay on YouTube. And I was happy for her. I really was. I was happy for her. I was happy to see her get a lot of views, way more views than me. And that was, but she just didn't want to do it. And that was it. But I've met numerous people who were very good at talking, very articulate. They just had that voice. They just had this voice that was welcoming. And yeah. And none of them ever did it. Why would they knock on her door? Because she was expressing conservative / nationalistic, Spanish nationalistic beliefs. And she was terrified of going to prison. But expressing your opinion, I've never heard of people in Spain just going to prison because they did a YouTube video. I've never heard of that. She needs to be courageous. Of course. Hope getting to hear more Chicken Chronicles. Chicken Chronicles. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was great. Yeah, I have a lot of stories. I have a lot of crazy stories. Spain is a socialist country. Well, it's under a socialist leader right now, but there's still a lot of right-wing ideologues. There's millions of them all over Spain. I mean, I've talked with them. I went to Spain. I met people over there who were right-wing. I don't think they're walking around. They weren't walking around telling me, I could be thrown in prison. I think that she was honestly very paranoid. I think she had some kind of emotional issues or something. Did you hear about Germany sending its air force to India? No, I heard about Japan doing military exercises in India, though. A lot of Japanese soldiers are in India doing military exercises. And we all know why the Japanese are training with the Indians. It's because Japan and India both have a common enemy, and that is China. And India has a territorial dispute with China. I think it's over Tibet. And India says Tibet belongs to India, and China says, nope, we don't give a damn. Tibet belongs to us. So Japan and India both have a common enemy, which is China. The weird thing is that Japan doesn't like Russia. I mean, weren't Japan and Russia in the longest conflict in history or something like that? Because they never really settled the declaration of war from World War II. So they've been I think technically they've been in a state of war since World War II, I can imagine, if I am assuming correctly. But Russia and Japan, they have a long history of being enemies, going back to the Russo-Japanese War, where Russia lost to the Japanese, and that was a huge, humiliating defeat for the Russians. Even though the Japanese did get inflicted with heavy casualties, the Japanese still technically won the war, although they are Russian historians who disagree otherwise, But nonetheless, I mean, that's the official narrative and the official consensus on the Russo-Japanese War, and that is that Russia lost, and I think Russia did lose territory, but then regained that territory in World War II, if I'm not mistaken. Japan was the loser in World War II, and the Russians in World War II took the Sakhalin, and they took the Kuril Islands. Was it Kuril? Yeah, they took the Sakhalin and they took the Kuril Islands. And the Japanese and the Russians are still in this intense territorial dispute, especially, well, not especially, but over the islands and over the Sakhalin region. So the Russians and the Japanese are not friends; they are enemies. They are not friends. I remember reading years ago about how the Russians started putting soldiers in Sakhalin, and the Japanese said, "Stop putting soldiers in the Sakhalin," and the Russians said, "We're taking natural resources from the Sakhalin." And the Japanese said, "Stop doing that." And Russia said, "It's our land. Why are you telling us what to do?" Okay, so let's look at your guys' questions, and there's I have some articles saved up on my browser here to discuss with you guys, so I've come prepared. I like preparing for these live streams. I think it's very important to prepare for these live streams, because if you don't prepare, you end up just rambling and repeating yourself, and you have nothing of substance to talk about. So I have prepared for this live stream. I'll be talking about various current events that have happened within recent weeks. Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands agreeing to form a military Schengen zone. I think that's a pretty big deal. Also, Ukraine being included in the EU budget, the EU military budget, which is pretty crazy, basically saying that EU is a de facto member, or sorry, that Ukraine is a de facto member of the European Union. We have the Germans intensely talking about bringing back mandatory military conscription, basically the draft. That's a pretty big deal, and it's not just a topic that one guy brought up. Multiple German politicians have been talking about why military conscription needs to be revived in Germany. The French have also talked about this. So we're seeing this buildup in Europe. We're seeing this buildup happening, and not a lot of people are talking about it. It's one of those types of occurrences that takes place in the background and is really just ambience that people forget exists. Ted, when will your dad's book be ready for us to read? I really don't know. I really don't know. He's always working on it, always editing it, but I will definitely let you guys know, and he will definitely let you guys know. Japan almost reached India during World War II. They were thwarted in the eastern border by Indian soldiers. Nice. Well, I'm glad they did that. Most Polish people don't want Ukraine in the EU. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I think people in the EU want Ukraine. They want to. I don't think the EU wants Ukraine in the EU. I don't. And that's what I've read. I've read that that Ukraine is just a country that nobody really wants. I don't think NATO even wants Ukraine, although they've been discussing that possibility for a while now, but that discussion has intensified since 2022 for obvious reasons. But I don't think the EU wants Ukraine in the EU. I think that there are people in the EU who want to treat Ukraine as if it's a de facto member of the EU without Ukraine being officially a part of the European Union. That's what I think. Because why would you want Ukraine in the European Union? It's in the middle of a war with Russia, and from the looks of it, I think that Ukraine is going to be in a frosty, icy conflict with Russia for years to come, and allowing that country to officially become a part of the European Union will be dangerous for the EU. Because think about it, if Ukraine joins the EU, for one thing, Ukraine is in a conflict right now, so it's not going to be. If they ever try to make it a member of the EU, they would have to wait for the conflict to be over, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. Because Ukraine's a pretty big country, and I don't see Russia taking over all of Ukraine in the near future. But imagine if Ukraine becomes officially a member of the EU. If Russia... Okay, let's backtrack a little bit here, because I just forgot to factor in something here. This war is going to end with at least a chunk of Ukraine being given to Russia. That it's just inevitable. Eastern Ukraine is going to be a part of the Russian Federation. That's just inevitable. It's going to happen. So with that said, imagine if what is left of Ukraine will one day join the EU. All right, imagine what's left of Ukraine joining the EU. That means that you would have a Ukraine with a part of itself belonging, a part of its former self being a part of the Russian Federation. If Russia and Ukraine get into a war again while Ukraine is a member of the European Union, that would force the EU into a war with Russia. Plus, it would cost a lot of money to defend Ukraine. It would cost a lot of soldiers to defend Ukraine. A lot of manpower would have to be invested into that region. It would be very difficult. So I think that they don't want to make Ukraine officially a part of the EU, at least not now. But I think that what they want to do is make it so that Ukraine is not a member of the EU, but it's going to get military support from the European Union, be it in funds, weapons, or even soldiers. And I think, and a lot of Polish people disagree with me on this, but I've talked to people I talked to a former member of Ukrainian intelligence, and I read up on this sort of thing. And from what I understand, there is a desire in Poland to take back a chunk of Western Ukraine, to take back a chunk of Ukraine that historically belonged to Poland. I mean, let's be real here. Lvov, or Lviv, however you say it, once was a part of Poland. A lot of places that are now a part of Ukraine were once a part of Poland, going all the way back to the 1920s. So I would not be surprised at all to see one day Poland saying, okay, Russia is getting out of hand. Is the music too loud? Hold on. Russia's getting out of hand, and Ukraine needs our help. We need to make a buffer zone to make sure that the Russians are not going to advance too deeply and get too close to Poland. And we need to put soldiers in Western Ukraine. I don't see that as an adventuresome prediction or an adventuresome guess as to what could happen. I don't really see it as far-fetched at all, given how history demonstrates very violent shifts as being extremely possible and, in fact, very likely. If history is any lesson to us, it is that, indeed, dramatic events can occur very quickly, very shockingly, to the surprise of the masses. And that's the thing. A lot of people look at current events and they think that the status quo is always going to continue. And the thing is that this is the greatest lesson of history. The greatest lesson of history is that people are shocked by dramatic changes in society and dramatic changes in the world. People have this weird idea that the status quo is always going to be the status quo, and that's never been the case. That's never been the case. Let's read your guys' comments here. I'm getting a little bit too long-winded. Wow, that should say something about where we are at. Europe is becoming USSR on steroids. I wouldn't go that far. The USSR on steroids would be millions of people starving to death. And that's not happening in the EU, at least not yet. Too bad, she needs to be courageous. Okay. Did you hear about... Okay, yeah, I heard about that. Maybe it was the poor fame and fortune that comes along with all that success. We need to be bold. I agree. What are you planning on growing in your garden this spring? I suffered through the State of the Union last night and can't understand how I continue with it until the end. I never really understood watching the State of the Union addresses. The only reason why I will ever listen to a State of the Union address is if Denzel Washington became president. If Denzel Washington ever runs for president, I will vote for him. Seriously, I want Denzel Washington as president. I think he'll be the greatest president ever. Because he would have this ability just to inspire everybody. He would have this ability to... And he could play numerous characters from the films that he has done. If he wants to be a gangsta, he's got Training Day. He can act like the dude from Training Day. If America gets hit by a terrorist attack, he can act like the guy from The Siege. when he says, "This is New York. We can take it." He could be like the guy, the Titans, whatever, when he was a football coach. He could just inspire people so amazingly, and he would be an amazing president. And if Denzel Washington ever becomes president, I will watch every State of the Union address. I will watch every speech that he does. I will watch every press conference. Could you imagine Denzel Washington running as president and he debates people? It would be so epic. So epic, because he's such a great actor that he could play all the various roles that he has played in the past. I would totally vote for Denzel Washington. What am I planning to grow? Well, since I've destroyed the terrorist organization Hamas, and I don't have to worry about mice destroying my stuff anymore, I'm going to try to grow. I have sweet peppers growing outside, habanero, eggplant, Armenian cucumber, and hopefully some cantaloupe. I'm trying to get some cantaloupe in there. And a lot of basil. I want to grow a lot of basil this year. And I've already planted my basil seeds yesterday. So I've planted a lot of basil. So I really want basil to grow well because I just absolutely love pesto. I love pesto, especially in the summer. A beautiful plate of pappardelle pasta with pesto in a summer evening, I think, is just magical with a glass of wine. There's not a lot of things in the world that can beat that. By the way, happy International Women's Day. All right. Yep, absolutely. Happy International Women's Day to everybody. You Americans should be grateful you have the Constitution. Europe is a disgusting place when it comes to free speech. The EU is a modern-day USSR only with the facade of democracy. Did you hear about France sending troops to Odessa if Russia attacks the city? I heard about France intensifying its... We've got 31 people. Awesome. I heard about France intensifying its rhetoric on sending soldiers to Ukraine. Let's see here. French soldiers trained for the killing fields of Europe. There you go. This is a very interesting title. I'm going to show you guys this title. I just Googled it. Got to pull out my OBS here. Let me show you guys this. This is a crazy ass title. Wait, where is this? Why isn't it coming up? This is a crazy ass title, guys. Look at this title. I've never in my life seen a title like this. And you're seeing me see this type of title for the first time live on a live stream. I have never seen a title like this, and this is some Politico. This is not some pro-Russia, anti-EU website. French soldiers, got to get that phonics game going. French soldiers trained for the killing fields of Europe. That's a very dramatic title. And if you were to see a title, if you were to try to write a title like this 10 years ago, the editor would have told you that it's true, that it's too melodramatic. That's exactly what an editor would have told you. Seeing a title like this 10 years ago. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, they would have said, no, this is too melodramatic. Too much! Too much with the crazy rhetoric. Killing fields of Europe? What are you talking about? But because the world is changing so quickly, well, not quickly, but the world is changing. The zeitgeist is changing. The political climate is altering as we speak. Every year it gets stranger and stranger. As the world changes, as we transition into a new zeitgeist, the rhetoric gets stronger and the rhetoric gets more bizarre. So let's take a look at this article. I've never read this article. It came out today. Technically, it came out 20 hours ago, which is still today. The world has revealed its true nature. Unstable, dangerous, and not everyone is a friend, said senior French colonel. Mali-le-Camp, France. French troops are preparing for a high-intensity conflict against an enemy who can match them with firepower. A big change for an army that spent the past decade fighting counterinsurgency campaigns in places like Mali and Afghanistan. How interesting. The hostilities in Ukraine in their third year have brought full-scale war back to the continent, said Colonel Axel Denis, who runs the Combat Training Center at Mailly-le-Camp in eastern France. The world has revealed its true nature: unstable, dangerous, and not everyone is a friend. We're gearing up for a culture of alert, of being ready at short notice. He told Political during a visit to the camp, Sentak is the only place in France where you can see what war is like. Now that's pretty remarkable. Conditions for the troops training at Sentak are as close as possible to an actual battlefield. The sound, heat, and light of artillery fire is reproduced, while fake mines are scattered everywhere and radio communications can be interrupted without notice. The 120 square kilometer camp is unique in France, with a surface area larger than Paris. It's the only place where the French army's different units, infantry, armor, artillery, and engineers, which are normally scattered all over the country, can exercise together. It's also the only place where 24 Leclerc tanks are in action all year long. The officers aren't naming potential enemies, but the training is aimed at preparing troops to fight a foe like Russia. Guys, this is... And there's that date, 2027. It never fails. Every time I read an article about military innovation, military reinvigoration, military development, military industry, I shouldn't say every time, but almost every time, guys. Almost every time. This date, 2027, always pops up as some. It's always pointed to as the future mark for when some serious military development will be accomplished. After decades of military operations in in Africa, I got ahead of myself there, France is increasingly focusing on Europe's eastern flank. And its armed forces need to be credible, Army General Pierre Schill said on January. By 2027, the French army aims to be able to deploy one division of about 25,000 soldiers in 30 days. So I'm telling you guys, 2027. Let me show you guys an article that I wrote about this years ago. I wrote about this year 2027 years ago. I noticed this, man, I have a conspiracy theory about this, guys. I have a conspiracy theory about 2027. And you see this, for example, here's another example. Latvian government says that it will spend 3% GDP on military by 2027. And every time, it's never failed. Every time, almost every time, I'm reading about military innovation, be it in Europe, be it in China, be it in Japan, be it in Turkey. That year, 2027, is always referenced as a future mark for when a serious innovation for military industry will be accomplished. Now, I'm not saying that World War III is going to happen in 2027, but what I do believe is that by the year 2027, we're going to be a lot closer to a global conflict. And I think it's going to be a time when militarist tensions are going to be at an all-time high. Much higher than they are now, I would say. So here's an article. This is Latvian government says that it will spend 3% GDP on military by 2027. Latvian Defense Minister Inara Mornīse has announced the country's military expenditure could reach the level of 3% of its gross domestic product earlier than planned, as she aims to sign contracts for the purchase of naval strike missile, anti-ship systems, and 6 M142 high-mobility artillery rocket systems, or HIMARS, this spring. Mornīse said at a meeting, etc., etc. it is expected that we will reach defense spending of 3% of the GDP by 2027. But with these faster moving projects, I think that we will reach 3% of the GDP before 2027. And let me show you guys something here. I wrote this article in 2020. 2027, this is the article that I wrote. 2027, the year when the nations will turn their plowshares into swords. My father and I worked on this article back in 2020. And I talk about this. I talk about this subject, the subject of 2027. From what we have been reading, governments such as China, Germany, Japan, Turkey, and Greece project the mid and late 2020s to be years of significant military buildup in weapons technology. There is one year that consistently pops up, and that is 2027. Let us look at some of the plans of regional powers and get an idea of what to expect as to the continual trend of militarism. The Chinese military has planned that by the year 2027, China will reach a state of military advancement to win wars. And I'm not going to sit here and just read this whole article because that would be too monotonous, but this is what the Chinese have said about 2027. And then if you fast forward, let's look at this here. The dream of a military with the capacity for war is being expressed by the German army's highest office, Alphonse Mayes, a lieutenant general of the Bundeswehr and the army inspector, the highest military superior of the army branch of the German armed forces, declared in a speech in November of 2020 that German troops must be assertive, ready for war, and capable of winning. It says here that this speech was said as the European Union is undergoing a policy of military strength, etc., etc. And it says here, the Eurodrone, okay, moreover, the Eurodrone that the defense minister was planning. Yeah, so it says here, okay, so Camp Karrenbauer, Germany's Minister of Defense, states that the development of these technologies promotes European independence. So the Europeans have been talking a lot about military innovation being done at a level where they can be, where the Europeans can be independent of NATO. That's the goal. So the Germans want to be independent of the United States, and in order to do that, they have to be independent when it comes to defense industrialization and military technology. So it says here, hold on, let me make sure you guys are listening. What happened to the music? Music's off. Oh, freaking YouTube. I don't know why it says, are you still listening? Yes, I'm still listening. Dang it. This is a live stream. Here we go, guys. Got a little Dave Matthews playing in the background. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're talking about some very serious situations here. We got some Dave Matthews playing in the background to keep us chill and relaxed. Okay, so it goes on to say, the term that is key here is European independence, for it denotes a desire to no longer need America when it comes to security. It also signifies that when these German officials speak of Europe, they most certainly do so with a focus specifically on Germany, since it is indeed Germany that is the powerhouse of the European Union and the most powerful economy within the bloc. And you're seeing this intensifying. We've been seeing this with the revival of Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump was always a big name, right? He was always in the heads of the media, rent-free, always a big part of the media, even when he lost in 2020. And Donald Trump is running, and Donald Trump has been basically going back to the same sort of rhetoric that he was doing back in 2015 when he talked about how America should just be more focused on America and the Europeans. Oh, this music is too loud. That the Europeans should not be so reliant on the United States. That we cannot really focus on European security. We have to focus on America's problems. And Donald Trump is recoursing back to that very sort of rhetoric. And in fact, I would say, and I think this is quite obvious, that Donald Trump has intensified his rhetoric from 2016, 2015, because now he has said that if a European ally is attacked by Russia and they're not paying what they owe NATO for security, the United States should not help that country. This is what Trump said. In fact, Trump went so far as to argue that that they deserve to be attacked and that they deserve no sympathy, and that Russia basically has the right to attack such a European ally. Now, conservatives will come out, and they've probably already come out to say this, but conservatives will come out and say things like, well, he was just referring to the European countries that aren't paying 2% of their GDP for defense, which is what NATO demands. Regardless of that fact, such rhetoric gives the Germans and the other Europeans the green light to come out and say, we cannot trust America. We cannot be reliant on the United States anymore. We have to be more focused on Europe. And I talked about this in last week's live stream. I talked about how Ursula von der Leyen recently stated that we should just focus on Europe. We should focus more on Europe. And so while America is moving more and more towards the idea of America first, the Europeans are starting to move towards the idea of Europe first. And very soon, and not very soon, but eventually you're going to be hearing Germany first. Eventually you're going to be hearing Deutschland über alles, Deutschland, Deutschland, über der Welt, something like that. That's what you're going to be hearing more of in the future. But going back to this Kramp Karrenbauer, and by the way, the name Kramp Karrenbauer sounds like something out of a Christmas movie. Kramp Karrenbauer was a shrewd, crude, ruthless individual like Ebenezer Scrooge, something like that. Anyway, moreover, so they're talking about creating a Euro drone. So basically a drone, kind of like what Turkey did with the... Turkey developed its own drone, which the world witnessed in the second Nagorno-Karabakh war, and the world saw the military capabilities of Turkey's drone in that conflict. So the Europeans want to make their own drone, and they call it the Euro drone. And it says here, let's see here. It says here that, moreover, the Eurodrone that the defense minister spoke of its planned. Oh, sorry, my eyes are not very good today, guys. Moreover, the Eurodrone that the defense minister spoke of is planned to be operational by the year 2027, according to a September 2020 report from Geospatial World. If it is successful this year, the first Eurodrone system would be delivered to Germany in 2027 and to France in 2028. So the late 2020s is going to be a time marked by intense arms races. I think that's quite obvious from the information given here. And there's a lot of things about 2027. So here's another example. Here is Greece. It says here, Greece's biggest enemy, Turkey, is working on its own indigenously engineered aircraft fighter, the engines of which are to complete testing on 2027. Turkey's TFX National Combat Aircraft is said to be complete in its testing by 2027. There's that year again. There's that year again, 2027, everybody. So I just wanted to give you guys that information. I think it's very interesting. I'm going to read your guys' comments here. I don't want to leave you guys hanging here because it's not just about me in these live streams. It's also about, moreover, it's really about me engaging with you guys. And again, if you disagree with me, feel free to express your disagreement. And I would like to start doing more call-ins on this live stream so that people who disagree with me can express their disagreement with me in a cordial way, of course, and vice versa, for me to engage with that disagreement in a cordial manner. And there is a website that somebody on here recommended to me about for doing free call-ins. I forgot the name of the website, but I need to find that website again and start using it. It's actually much better than any other service I've seen because it's completely free and the quality is quite good. Here's the thing about call-ins, guys, and because I've done call-ins before and I've been hesitant to do call-ins for the simple reason that the last time I did call-ins, people would just come up on here and just go and I'm sitting here thinking, okay, make a point. So if we're gonna start doing call-ins, here's what's the policy gonna be. Here's what the policy is going to be. The policy is gonna be: you come on here, you make a point, and we discuss it. The policy is not going to be you come on here and you just stay here. You come on here, you make a point, we engage, and that's it. Let's see here. What are you guys saying? The EU is a US lapdog, end of story. But that's, you see, that's changing, guys. That's changing. Europe is becoming more and more independent. And I think the US wants this. I think the US is tired of dealing with the Europeans. I think a lot of Americans are tired. I think most Americans, in fact, are tired of this idea of babysitting the Europeans. So it's going to come, there's going to come a point where I think the Americans are just going to wash their hands of Europe and eventually just the whole world. I think America will wash its hands of the whole world and say, we're done. America, if you look at America's history, for most of America's existence, America has been an isolationist country. America has not been an interventionist country. American interventionist policy began in World War I, if I'm not mistaken, and then it really intensified in World War II, and then it really intensified in the Iraq War. But America's been around for over 200 years, and for much of those years, America has not been interventionist. So America's interventionist policy can be argued that America's interventionist policy it can be argued, quite recent. So I think America will eventually just become isolationist. And you're seeing that trend, and I've talked about this many times. You're seeing that trend. Turkey got their 5th-generation fight. Yeah, and everyone is developing a 5th-generation fighter. China, I think, already has one. Japan is developing one. Ukraine would have to... Okay, so Mike says Ukraine would have to be constantly bailed out by the EU. They don't want another aggressor. Exactly. Yep, that's right. No one wants a country where Nazism is openly celebrated. Yeah, and that would look bad on the EU, right? If you have a member state that just has Bandera flags and red and black flags everywhere, and Bandera is a national hero, it just wouldn't look good, especially for Germany, which we all know what Germany did in the past, right? No one wants... Okay, so Ukrainian leadership is as corrupt as it gets. Yep, that's correct. Ukraine is too corrupt, too kleptocratic, and has an oligarch system just like Russia. In short, it is a failed state. Macron wants war with Russia, according to the latest news. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there was an article that I was reading here. And the rhetoric from Europe is becoming more and more intense. I remember what's his name? Juncker, the guy who ran the EU. Jean-Claude Juncker. I remember back in 2019, Jean-Claude Juncker saying that Europe needs to replace the United States. So the rhetoric has been getting more and more intense every year from Europe. And you're seeing it in France now. And I remember years ago, Macron stated that NATO was basically a brain-dead confederacy. And I think that what Macron said was reflective of the current zeitgeist that we are getting more and more entrenched in, and one can also see this in Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has been very anti-NATO and has basically stated that NATO is useless and has no point in its existence. So Macron came out and said that NATO is a brain-dead alliance, basically saying that there's no point in maintaining NATO. So the French and I think the Europeans, many of the Europeans are against NATO. They kiss up to NATO, of course, they have to. It's the American empire, but I think behind closed doors they just despise it. It says here, Glory says, I had a conversation at the office today and your dad came up, got people to check his videos and listen to his message. Been listening to him since I was a little girl and watched him on Sid Roth. Awesome. Wow. That's a long time. That's really nice. I will definitely let him know about this. I appreciate that. MC ADHD says, only by extreme Polish nationalists, but frankly, even if regular right-wingers want to, the Polish government understands the geopolitical consequences of taking Ukrainian land by us. Yeah, I think Poland is making the same mistake that its ancestors in World War II did. Poland basically told Hitler, yeah, we'll support your conquest of Czechoslovakia. We want a slice of the pie. And Hitler said, okay. And Hitler invaded Czechoslovakia, and Poland got no pie, and they got invaded. Hello, Wieko Simic. Zdravo. Man on Fire was a great movie. I never have any luck growing garlic. Got any tips? From what I've heard, garlic needs a lot of phosphorus, so using things like bone meal really helps, I heard. Believe it or not, I've grown garlic only a few times, so I'm not the best person to ask when it comes to that. But I do have a full bed of garlic, almost a full bed of garlic growing right now, and it's almost done, so we'll see how it turns out. I watched it, and it made my stomach turn okay. In my opinion, German military will bolster Ukraine to become regional superpower. I agree with that. A lot of people loving Denzel Washington. Awesome. Any other actors who would be good presidents? I think Tom Hanks would make a good president. Noah says, I've been saying since the war started that NATO is itching for war with Russia, but everyone dismisses it as if it won't happen. It's happening before our eyes in real time. I think you're right. But I believe, and I could be wrong about this, but I think that America does not want to put boots on the ground to fight the Russians. I think what the Americans want to do is give the green light to the Europeans to revitalize their military powers, their military capacities, and to just basically sick the Europeans on the Russians with the idea that the Europeans can be a proxy for the United States. How that will play out, we have yet to know, but if history tells us anything, when the Anglo-American world uses the Germans as a proxy against the Russians, the Germans can become unhinged, and the dog gets unleashed, and you lose control of the dog. Churchill, if I'm not mistaken, supported Hitler initially. He liked Hitler when Hitler first took power. And the idea was that Hitler could be used as a weapon against the Soviets. I think the Americans also had the same idea. That's why there was so much American industry and finance, especially from Wall Street, that financed Hitler's administration, Hitler's regime in the beginning. There were people in American industry who did admire Adolf Hitler. Simonis Ben, Ford, even Mr. Rockefeller, these guys all backed the Third Reich in the beginning. And I think the reason why they did this was because they wanted to use the Germans as a proxy against the Soviets. I think that's what the idea was. And the plan failed. And America eventually had to ally with the Russians to stop the Leviathan that they helped to create. Theo, the status quo will remain. Civilization will always be civilization. America will always be America. Yep, we heard that one before. A Ukraine... Who's very versatile? Glory says he's very versatile. Who's very versatile? A Ukraine part belonging to EU and the Eastern Ukraine belonging to Russia. A parallel when Germany was divided into two parts during the Cold War. That's true. That's I think that is an astute observation. What I would say is that it reminds me of how after World War I, a chunk of Germany, large chunks of Germany, swaths of German territory were given over to Germany's neighbors. As I've said, there were parts of Germany given to Belgium, to France, Poland, Czechoslovakia. And so Hitler said, okay, well, we're going to take back German Lebensraum from these neighbors of ours who received chunks of German territory. And if Ukraine loses territory to Russia, and it will, that will give rise to nationalists, I believe. And the nationalists will say that Jew Zelensky ruined us, and we have lost Ukrainian Lebensraum. Ukraine... MC ADHD says Ukraine will not even be a regional power. They have all the advantages to do better than Poland. 3 years later, the corruption, kleptocracy, and oligarchy have made them stay where they started. Every economist in 1991 was thinking that they would become an economic powerhouse. Let's see here. Noah says 2027 is the year when WW3 will officially begin. I think you're right. I think you're definitely onto something there from all the information that we've seen. Mike says France has just made abortion a constitutional right. Yeah, I saw that. Not very surprising, given that France is a country that takes pride of the fact that its nation was founded on mass beheadings and mass drownings and mass murder. So not very surprising that they would make it a constitutional right to cut humanity off in the womb. Hello, Justin Kuhn. What did you miss? Nothing much. Just talking. MC ADHD says, just like it made paternity tests illegal through research, etc. Hello, Robbie99. Denzel Washington becoming the equalizer, president of USA. Absolutely. Absolutely. Agenda 2030. Looking grim. 2038, World War III will happen, in my opinion. I think it's going to be somewhere around I think World War III is really going to show itself in 2030s, 2040s. Kind of like World War II. 1930s, 1940s. Tomorrow, Benoit Saint Denis, a former soldier of French Special Forces and the Foreign Legion, will fight in the UFC gala. His opponent will be Dustin Portier. Oh, so two French people fighting. There are 32 nations within NATO. I highly doubt the U.S. absence will make that much of a difference. I agree, actually. I agree. I don't disagree with that. What is interesting that Benoit has a tattoo with Crusader Cross and Joan of Arc. Ah, he's a French nationalist, and so many UFC fighters are Muslim. That's true. A lot of Muslims in the UFC. But my throat is really killing me. Kate asked the question, "Does your throat hurt?" I never thought about it until now. Yes, it's hurting right now. I need to get a Ricola. Sounds like Krampus. Yep, it does. Yep. How will India be used in World War III? I think India will eventually have a war with Pakistan. And I don't think it takes much of a political analyst to make that guess. I think it's very obvious that Pakistan and India will have a war. And I suspect that if Japan and China ever have an outbreak of war between each other, that India will side with the Japanese because of the territorial dispute between China and India. But I believe there will eventually be a nuclear war between Pakistan and India. Theo giving Minecraft advice: plants won't grow, use bone meal. It's true, bone meal is very good for root development. I don't know about Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft in my life. Let's see here. Warhawks are switching to China. Macarons. Donald Trump has been a big name since the release of Home Alone 2. That's true. That's true, Andres. If World War I and World War II are anything to go by, then when World War III kicks off, the USA will be right in the mix. Eventually, the USA will have to enter the conflict, but if you look at World War I and World War II, the United States was hesitant to join both of those wars in the beginning. And there was a very strong isolationist movement that had a lot of influence in American politics. You are one of the few people I have disagreements with on the internet. Well, I'm glad to hear that. You have great geopolitical analysts. I agree. I mean, I appreciate that. Do you have a Discord? Yep. And India and Pakistan will likely fight over the Kashmir region. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. Guys, I am making bread right now. I'm making sourdough bread. So every hour I need to do the top rolling, whatever they call it, to make sure that the bread is nice and worked. The dough is nice and worked. So I'm gonna turn off my mic here. I'm gonna make the music louder. Give me 1 minute. Okay, hold on. Yes. I am needing the bread. So every hour I need to go and need my bread. What do you guys think? Who will win tonight? Anthony Joshua or Francis Ngannou? I didn't know there was going to be a fight tonight. That's crazy. Stan Duckenmiller, hedge fund manager, states that all entitlement spending will end in the USA in 2039. Oh, gosh. All right, guys. Hello, Falco Vaughn. Beautiful music for the end of the week. Yes, it is very nice music. Ali Siadati says, hello, Theo. Do you know if most Native American tribes either are descendants of Mongols or Middle Easterners? I think a lot of Native American tribes are related to Turkic peoples who live in Siberia. That's what I believe. And that has been genetically demonstrated and linguistically demonstrated. So you can look into that. Look up the similarities between the Apache and the Tuvan people of Siberia. But Mongolians are a Turkic people. That's what I believe. So let's look at some very interesting things that I want to show you guys today. For one thing, this idea of a military Schengen era in the European Union. I think that this is very, very significant. So I want to read about that with you guys. I was reading this article a couple days ago, and I thought that I would share it on the stream. I'm always looking for... Man, what is wrong with this mouse? I'm always looking for interesting stories to give you guys. Interesting articles that really reveal the dramatic shifts that the world is going through. And this is one of them. Military Schengen era is here. And this was published by Foreign Policy, which is a prestigious political publication. And it says here, in late January, Germany, the Netherlands, and Poland signed an agreement to create a military transport corridor between them, giving a much-needed boost to the long-discussed but rarely pursued goal of improving military mobility across Europe. Siemte Moller, Germany's parliamentary state secretary for defense, said the corridor was taking military mobility on the road to a true military Schengen. So Poland would be able to transport soldiers freely and to transport weapons freely into the Netherlands and vice versa. And we're going to get into this, but the corridor that they want to create, it lies in Romania. So it says here, Hodges, so there's this guy named Hodges, Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, a former NATO commander who was the first proponent of military Schengen, applauded the agreement between Germany, the Netherlands, and Poland as a great start and said many more such corridors are under discussion. Bulgaria's head of defense, Admiral Emil Eftimov, said the Allies should prioritize a corridor from Alexandropolis in Greece to Romania and another one from the Adriatic Sea through Albania and North Macedonia. They want to have corridors from Greece to Bulgaria up to Romania. So I was mistaken. I said that the corridor between Poland and Germany and the Netherlands would be in Romania. Sorry, that was simply a proposal that the Bulgarians have made. But as far as Poland, Germany, and the Netherlands goes, they've signed an agreement to create a military transport corridor between them. So basically, Polish troops can go freely into Germany, vice versa. Dutch troops can go freely into Germany. And if you think about it, this has already been the case for some time now between the Dutch and the Germans, ever since the Germans and the Dutch fully integrated their armed forces. So basically, the Dutch military has been integrated into the German military. The Dutch Navy is now one with the German Navy. A lot of I would say virtually all of the Dutch army units are now a part of the Bundeswehr, the German armed forces. So they already are, if you think about it, to a great extent, observing this idea of a free travel zone within Europe, within the European Union. So it says here, the idea of a military Schengen first came up after Crimea's annexation by Russia, 10 years after Russia's annexation of Crimea, and 2 years after its ongoing invasion of Ukraine. Europe is realizing that it better needs to prepare for the possibility that Russian President Vladimir Putin will decide to use his military even further westward. European military officials are digging into lessons learned in the Cold War. Among them are specific lessons about military mobility. Yet, several experts, diplomats, and military sources told FP that the progress is much slower than desired. Liberalization of rules is endorsed by everyone. Tomasz Rzadkowski, Poland's permanent representative to NATO, told Foreign Policy. But the problem is we have been talking about it since 2015. They said Europe has acknowledged that the tension of the Cold War era may have returned and that European countries have a long way to go to effectively move their men and materials. So basically they're saying, okay, in a war with Russia, we're going to have the ability and the permission to freely transport munitions, weapons, and soldiers within Europe without any sort of diplomatic impediments. So how do we do this? We simply form a military Schengen. So the Poles, the Germans, and the Dutch have signed an agreement that they will have a free travel zone between their countries for their militaries. And like I said, the Dutch and the Germans pretty much already have this thing going on because the Dutch military is now the German military. The German military has already expanded. It has already absorbed soldiers who are not German. I mean, the Dutch are basically the same people as the Germans. Culturally, they are very similar. Linguistically, they are very similar. But nonetheless, it's a fact that the Germans have absorbed the military of a neighboring European country. So we are already seeing the formation of a massive German military machine consisting of a European auxiliary force. In this case, it's the Dutch. See, back in World War II, when the Third Reich was invading other countries, it wasn't just German troops. It was German troops and auxiliary forces. You had the Waffen-SS. And the Waffen-SS consisted of Albanians, Bosnians, Swedes, Norwegians, Arabs. It consisted of many, many other nationalities and ethnicities. You had Belgians, Flemish, French Nazis who were fighting for the Third Reich. There was a unit called the SS Charlemagne unit, and that was a French far-right military unit fighting for Germany, and that's what the Third Reich consisted of. So I think it's going to be the same thing in the future. It's going to be Germany with its European auxiliaries, and you're already seeing the beginning stages of the development for this pan-European force under Germany, with the Dutch military being integrated into the German armed forces. So very, very significant stuff. It's not so much talked about because people don't really care about Europe. They want to talk about, who threw a ball across a field or some bullshit. But this is what's happening. And the problem is that people are not going to see it until it's too late, until you're going to have a war to remove this Leviathan, this European Leviathan. I'm not a fan of Friedrich Nietzsche, but Friedrich Nietzsche made a very interesting point. Maybe I should read it to you guys. It's in this book here on the rise of the Third Reich. Very fascinating stuff. But let me show you guys this quote from Nietzsche. Let's see here. So Nietzsche wrote this in 1887. I want to read to you guys this quote. He talks about how the European is very civil until he doesn't have to be civil, and then he becomes a beast. This is what Nietzsche wrote in 1887. The same people who are so strongly held in check by custom, respect, habit, gratitude, and even more through spying on one another and through peer group jealousy, who, on the other hand, behave towards one another by showing such resourcefulness and consideration, self-control, delicacy, loyalty, pride, and friendship. They are not much better than uncaged beasts of prey in the world outside where the strange, the foreign begin. There they enjoy freedom from every social constraint. In the wilderness, they compensate for the tension which is caused by being closed in and fenced in by the peace of the community for so long. They return to the innocent conscience of the wild beast as exultant monsters who perhaps go away, having committed a hideous succession of murder, arson, rape, and torture, in a mood of bravado and spiritual equilibrium, as though they have had simply played a student's prank, convinced that poets will now have something to sing and celebrate for quite some time now. At the center of these noble races, we cannot fail to see the blonde beast of prey, the magnificent blonde beast, avidly prowling round for spoil and victory. This hidden center needs release from time to time. The beast must out again, must return to the wild. And Friedrich Nietzsche was basically saying that every once in a while the European needs to be on the warpath, and he needs to go out and kill a bunch of people and destroy countries and raise villages and rape and pillage in order to release all the tension that has built up over the years of trying to appear civil. Trying to appear civil. And that's what happens. Oh, this is my music. I need to put it on iTunes to make it easier because YouTube keeps saying, "Who? Are you still listening?" So Nietzsche wrote that every once in a while the European needs to go on the warpath to release stress. And by releasing stress, he meant rape, pillage, mass murder, all that stuff. So for 75 plus years or so, the Europeans have been quite peaceful for the most part. So it looks like another round of war, bloodshed, pillage, genocide, and rape is due. Another round of hell is late due, and it looks like that's what's going to be the case for the future. Another European warpath. Another European warpath, guys. Let's see. Greetings from Slovenia. Hello, Gabriel Rybarski from Slovenia. Wow, I am on the edge of my seat. Well, I'm glad. He's basically saying Europeans are werewolves. Noah, and you are absolutely right. I like Joshua, but he has changed a lot for the worse during the last 3 years. Who's Joshua? Rodney Sermon says, does your dad use a certain specific software program as part of his study of scripture? And if so, do you know which one? No, actually. My father just uses Blue Letter Bible to read the Bible. That's it. There's no special software. Noah says, "Oh, you guys are talking about the UFC. Who cares? The best time in history is about 10 to 20 years after a major war." Yeah, because people suffer world wars, and then they say, let's not do that again, and then it happens again. Let's do it again, guys. I need to make a documentary. About this war in Ukraine. I really want to start interviewing soldiers who have fought in the battlefield, but it's been difficult to find people. But I have been in discussion with this Ukrainian guy, and I hope he can help me out here. So let's see. What does it say here? The passage of anything related to a military mission in Europe is beset with obstacles, etc., etc. So yeah, the Germans, the Poles, and the Dutch have made an agreement to have a military Schengen zone. And what does this really show? What it shows is that the Germans are preparing for a war. That's it. The Germans are preparing for a war. Let's see here. Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former NATO commander who was the first proponent of military Schengen and likely coined the term, said the good thing is that over the last few years, at least the conversation has picked up. Now I hear ministers in various organizations talk about it. He told FP, etc., etc. And he went on to say, this Hodges guy went on to say, we need to have real capability, not just equipment and troops, but also the ability to move with speed, to supply spare parts, store fuel and ammunition, and the Russians have to see that we have it. So the most important characteristic in a war, other than morale, is what? It's logistics, right? Without logistics, you cannot win a war. You can have the greatest morale ever, but if you do not have an efficient system of logistics, you cannot win a war. It is impossible to win a war without sufficient and efficient logistics. If you cut your enemy off from his food supply, you win. If you cut your enemy off from his communication so that he can call in backup, so that he can call in reinforcements, you win the war, or you win a battle. That's how it goes. How did, for example, the Turks defeat the French in the Battle of Maimuna in Egypt? And this was when King St. Louis declared a crusade and went to war in Egypt. And he thought he was so successful because he invaded some city without a single sword being pulled from their hills. Is that the correct word? Hild? I don't even know. Hild? What's the word for the thing that you put your sword in? I don't remember what it's called. Sheath. Sheath. So King St. Louis, he was so confident because he was able to take an Egyptian city without a single sword being unsheathed. The Muslims had left the city, so there was no fight to be had. But King St. Louis eventually went to a town called, I think it was called Maimuna. And the Turks defeated the French after months of fighting. Well, how did that happen? Because the Turks cut the French off from their food supply. And by cutting the French off from their food supply, the French quickly ran out of rations. The Crusaders eventually ran out of rations, and they had to surrender. And the French took the route of surrender. They had no other choice, really. And the Turks took a lot of French POWs and told them to convert to Islam or get beheaded. And every single day, 100 French Crusaders were beheaded because they refused to convert to Islam. A lot of people were beheaded. Hello, 117 Rebel. So if you can cut your enemy off from his food supply, you win. If you can cut him off from communication, you win. If you can cut him off from water, you win. It's very simple. Well, it is simple, but it's not easy. But it is that simple. That's how you cut a person. That's how you defeat an enemy. If the enemy can continue to receive food and manpower and munitions, then that enemy will continue fighting. But if you can cut the enemy off from their necessities, then you win. And this is what the Russians have been doing in their war against the Ukrainians. The Russians have been very successful in cutting the Ukrainians off from their supplies and forcing the Ukrainians farther and farther away from their supply sources. At least this is what I've read. So how do you win a war, right? You have to have the ability to have your soldiers travel very quickly. You have to make it in a way where you have routes on which soldiers can travel to their destinations very quickly, to travel to where they are needed very quickly. So if the Germans are going to have a war with the Russians, and I believe that they will, they're going to have to create free travel zones. And if you look at World War II, you can see the consequence of an absence of a travel zone or a transit zone in America's support for the Soviet Union against the Nazis. When the Americans were supporting the Soviet Union, the Americans were transporting American military technology to the Soviets. But the Russians could not receive that supplies from the Black Sea because the Turks had control over the routes into the Black Sea. And so the Russians could not receive their necessary supplies from the Americans through the Black Sea. So the Russians had to get their supplies of American military technology from Iran. And that's why Winston Churchill, for example, called the route in Iran on which the Americans would transport supplies to the Russians the road to victory or something like that. It was very essential for the Allies to use Iran as a transit point by which to send supplies to the Soviets. So we know the importance of having efficient and reliable transit zones in a war in World War II. And everyone who understands war understands this reality. So the Germans understand this. And this is why the Germans want a military Schengen. And the Poles, I think, are, and I could be wrong, you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I'm all for allowing, this area, this is a disagreement agreement zone. It doesn't really matter. You can disagree with me all you want. We can cordially have a discussion and discuss our disagreements. But I think the Poles are making a big mistake by cozying up to the Germans to get against the Russians. I think the Poles are making the same type of mistakes that they made before World War II. For example, the Poles made an alliance with the Ukrainians against the Soviets in the 1920s. Petlura made an alliance with the Polish nationalist hero, whose name I don't remember. And they had this idea of uniting against the Soviets, which they did, and the Poles lost. They lost in their attempt to try to take Ukraine away from the Soviets. And the Poles made the same mistake, made a mistake when they thought that Hitler would be their friend. And they said, well, Hitler, yes, definitely go and invade Czechoslovakia. We want a slice of Czechoslovakia. And the Poles thought that they would get a slice of the Czech pie. And look what happened. Poland eventually got invaded by both the Soviets and the Germans, and the Poles got exterminated. Not completely, but there was definitely a genocide on the Polish people by the Germans, by the Ukrainian nationalists as well. So if you look at what Poland is doing now, Poland is saying, well, let's support Germany. Let's cozy up. Let's be in cahoots with the Germans, so that we can be against the Russians, so that we can be successful against the Russians. And what's in it for the Poles? What's in it for the Poles? I think that Poland wants something out of this, just like it wanted a slice of Czechoslovakia. I suspect that the Poles want a slice of Western Ukraine. And I could be completely wrong, but that's what I suspect. That is exactly what an EMP will accomplish, and cyber warfare against critical infrastructure. There is known evidence of Russia and others have infiltrated the power grid years ago. Interesting. Noah, he has Nigerian. Okay, you guys are talking about UFC. Possibly awaiting a time of convenience. Hackney is known for high poverty and crime rate, but crime has gone up across the country anyway due to high migration from North Africa. the Middle East and Eastern Europe. There you go. My damn Middle Eastern people, always causing problems everywhere they go. Christian Mario says, so true. I'm glad you think so. So on top of this rise in Europe that we are seeing, and this militarism that we've been seeing in Europe, there is the factor of American isolationism in this very, very scary equation. Isolationism, Donald Trump and the future of the liberal order. Now, this article says that, hey, and I already read the article. This article says basically, and this is published by National Interest, this article basically says, oh yeah, we shouldn't worry about a world war from ever happening. I think that's obvious garbage. I disagree with the author completely on this. But where I agree with this author, Gideon Rose, is when he says that America is returning back to its tradition of isolationism, and that with the rise of Donald Trump, this trend is getting stronger and stronger. MC ADHD says, Theodore, that title, that little piece called Zaluzie was taken away from us by Czechoslovakia during the Polish-Bolshevik War when we had our hands full fighting the Bolsheviks. I understand that. I actually didn't know that, but thank you for telling me this. And you went on to say, and recover militarily until 1938 to take it back, but there was no written deal with the Reich. Okay, that's fine, but that's also so this further parallels the present day, because was not Polish territory given over to Western Ukraine? Was not Lvov historically a part of Poland? Was not East Galicia a part of Poland? So Poland lost territory. That's why I'm saying it wouldn't surprise me to see one day Poland wanting to take a chunk of Western Ukraine, because a chunk of Western Ukraine historically belonged to Poland. And from what I have read, Romania has a territorial claim in Western Ukraine. Hungary has a territorial claim to a part of Western Ukraine. So there's something else going on behind the curtains. Countries don't just rise up and say, oh, let's help this other country. There's something that they want. There's something in it for them. And from what I have read, Poland thought that they could take territory from Czechoslovakia, territory that they historically once owned. I don't think America is going isolationist. We're diverting from Ukraine and investing into China containment. Both R and D are willing to send troops. Both R and D, Republican and Democrat, okay, are willing to send troops to fight for Taiwan. Okay. That is a true. I don't disagree with you that America is focusing more and more on East Asia, China. And that's why I said that America is basically telling the Europeans to be more independent, because America doesn't want to have to babysit the Europeans. And this is why the Europeans are intensifying their interest in being militarily independent. Will America go to war for Taiwan? That's the question. Will America go to war for Taiwan? Now, there's a lot of talk about America going to war for Japan, right? Because there's a deal between Japan and the United States that America will defend Japan in case Japan gets invaded. But if you actually look at the agreement between the Japanese and the Americans, take the time, it's not that long, take the time to actually read what it says in the treaty regarding America defending Japan. I did an article about this. Let me just show it to you guys. Here. Let me pull it up real quick. Hold on. Because this is a very pertinent discussion, I believe, and it's very relative to current events. Hold on a second here. NATO, Japan. I wrote an article about this last year. Pretty certain it was last year. Okay, here we go. So I wrote this article last year, January of 2023. I wrote this article here. Here we go, guys. So it's called "The United States Will Not Go to War to Defend Japan. The rise of Japan is inevitable because as the U.S. walks back from its position as the world's police force, the Japanese will take it upon themselves to go beyond its alliance with the U.S." Now, let me just add something. There is talk, and there has been talk in Japanese political discourse that you cannot really trust the Americans. Now, if there's anything that we learn about the Americans, it's that you can't really trust them, right? You can't trust the Americans to defend you. Egypt was an ally of the United States. The United States supported the Muslim Brotherhood to overthrow Mubarak. America will leave its allies out to dry. There is a common belief that if a country attacked Japan, that the U.S. will enter a war to defend Japan. Right? This is a very common belief. This belief is based upon the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security between the United States and Japan, signed in Washington in 1960. Nowhere in this treaty does it say that the U.S. is obligated to go into dire conflict for the defense of Japan. It says in Article 2 of the treaty that the parties, Japan and the U.S., quote, will seek to eliminate conflict in their international economic policies and will encourage economic collaboration between them. Okay, so I'm going to stress what I wrote up here. Nowhere in this treaty does it say that the U.S. is obligated to go into direct conflict for the defense of Japan. Now, I didn't know this until I read an article by the Japanese sociologist Jun Kitamura, and he wrote this article in 2020. And he basically said, like I said, there has been talk in Japan about why you should not trust the Americans. It's a very, very fascinating phenomena to see this because, every time we think about Japan and its relation with the United States, we think of some Japanese guys with glasses going, America-san, konnichiwa, harimasu ka, right? And we have this idea that they're just so obeisant to America. They have this docile submission to the Americans. But the Japanese people are not stupid people. They're not dumb people. They're very, very intelligent, very aware and intuitive people. And they're aware of how America is. I mean, they're the only people in history that ever got nuked. So if you ever got nuked, you would be pretty politically aware and astute as well. So this Japanese military sociologist, Jun Kitamura, said this in an article published by the Asahi Shimbun in 2020. Article 5 states that the United States must comply with the provisions and procedures of the U.S. Constitution when making a security commitment. So I'm going to read that again. Article 5. So Article 5 of the treaty between the Americans and the Japanese, the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security. Article 5 of the treaty states that the United States must comply with the provisions and procedures. Let me make this, hold up, don't shoot. I can't breathe. Let me make this bigger for you guys. Article 5 states that the United States must comply with the provisions and procedures of the U.S. Constitution when making a security commitment. So in other words, Article 5 doesn't say, if Japan gets attacked, then we have boots on the ground. No, it says, America must comply with the Constitution when making a security commitment. That, my friends, is called the loophole. That, my friends, is called a loophole. Now, Americans love anime and they love teriyaki and they love karaoke and they love Pokemon, they love all that shit. But that doesn't mean Americans are going to be so enthusiastic about the idea of being in the middle of Okinawa with a gun, fighting some army and getting malaria. It doesn't mean that Americans are going to be enthusiastic about the idea of being in a naval ship around the Senkaku Islands. The U.S. Constitution Okay? In other words, the specific content, and this is not me writing, this is a Japanese intellectual writing. So take it from him, Jun Kitamura. In other words, the specific content of military support activities cannot be determined by the intentions of the U.S. government. I'm going to read that again. The specific content of military support activities cannot be determined by the intentions of the U.S. government, including the president, who received advice from the military. Ultimately, it will be decided by Congress. Now, look at what's been going on right now with Ukraine. We went from Polish people giving away baby cradles to Ukrainian mothers to Polish farmers basically saying screw Ukraine and don't give us that shitty Ukrainian cheap ass grain because it's going to ruin our prices. It's going to ruin our money. That's where we're at right now. We went from yellow and blue flags everywhere to Tucker Carlson interviewing Putin. And Tucker Carlson saying, are we going to go fight for Moldova? Are we going to go fight for Montenegro? Are we going to go fight for Israel? This is the rhetoric that's coming from American political discourse. So things can shift, guys. I kind of spit when I talk. I got a little excited there. Things can shift. Things can shift. At the end of the day, treaties are just paper. Treaties are only as valuable as the determination of those who agreed to them. If the party who agreed to the treaty, if just one party who agreed to the treaty does not have enthusiasm for what the treaty states, that treaty might as well just be used for toilet paper. It's paper. It is seen only as good as the advantages that it may provide. Oh, goodness. So it says here, ultimately, it will be decided by Congress. Now, look at what's been going on. If you have a war between Japan and China, do you think the American Congress will enthusiastically say, yes, let's put boots on the ground? They'll say we can give weapons. But do you think they're going to say, let's have boots on the ground in the Senkaku or some other region of Japan over this? And look at what the Republicans in Congress did recently. They blocked a bunch of money. That was not just designated for Ukraine, but it was also earmarked for the Israeli military. So you have Republicans giving the middle finger to Israel. Since when was this ever a reality? Oh, I'll tell you when. It was a reality during World War II, when you had the America First ideologues being very influential in American policy. And that's why during World War II, there were laws that were passed in the American government prohibiting American arms to be given or to be sold to belligerent nations. Because the isolationist faction in American political discourse was that influential. This was during World War II. And that is what we are heading towards. We are heading towards massive isolationism. People don't believe me. You know what? I don't blame people for not believing me because that's all we know. Right? We were born in, 1990? We were born in the late 80s. We were born in the post-World War II era. So we have become accustomed to this status quo where America runs everything. We love Israel. Could you imagine if October the 7th happened in 2001? Could you imagine? Could you imagine us dealing with 9/11 and us dealing with an October the 7th massacre in Israel in the same year? Could you imagine October the 7th, that massacre happening in 2001? John Hagee would have been speaking a fiery sermon from his pulpit. Pastors all over America would be crying out from their pulpits people would be supporting Israel by the droves. There would be floods of support for Israel. There would have been Israeli diplomats visiting churches and doing speeches and talking to Christians and saying, oh, you Christians, you guys are our best ally. American Christians are our only allies. You guys are our only hope. We need you guys. Oh, you would have had all these speeches. Do you see that happening today? I remember growing up, I went to Hagee's Church in San Antonio. This was back in... what year was this? 2006? In 2006 or 2007, I went to a big event in San Antonio, and it was CUFI. It was CUFI stands for... CUFI is an acronym for Christians United for Israel. Okay, big pro-Israel organization. It's still around, but it's a shadow of its former self. That's all it really is. There's nothing... CUFI is really nothing in comparison to what it used to be. But I remember going to that event, and the place was the whole building. The music is way too loud. The whole building was jam-packed full of people. There were Israeli diplomats in the building. You had people from the Israeli government in the building. They had a huge screen on the wall. And on the screen appeared Netanyahu. And Netanyahu gave a speech to the church. Of course, it was pre-recorded. But nonetheless, he recorded a video just for us. Just for that event. And they said, we got to raise money for Israel. We need to raise money for... It wasn't for the Israeli government. Of course not, because the Israeli government gets plenty of money. But it was to raise money for, I think, poor Jews living in Israel or something like that. And the church was able to raise $1 million. $1 million. This one church was able to raise that much money. And there was this Israeli official who came over, and there was this other Israeli guy, and he had this giant, those giant checks, basically it's a big white piece of cardboard that looks like a check, and it has the amount of money for it. It's written out just like a regular check, but it's huge. He was holding one of those, and he said, this is how much money you guys raised, $1 million for the Jewish people. God bless you. And everybody's clapping their hands. And there was so much enthusiasm. There was so much sweat being poured out for Israel. And that came from the energy emanating from the people in favor of Israel. Where's that today? Where is that today? Where is it? It's not there. Because the world has changed. We have to admit that the world has changed, and it will continue to change. It will continue to change to our shock. Not to our comfort, but to our shock. That's how much. That's what the trajectory is telling me. And I think we can. I think we all have a feeling of change. I think we can all sense it, right? I mean, you would have to be in a coma not to sense that we're undergoing some tremendous shifts in the earth. Good music, guys. Beautiful music. I love this music, guys. Let's see here. Oh, let's go back to the thing about Japan. Yeah, this is very interesting stuff. This video, I'm gonna cut this part of the live stream into a separate excerpt for a separate video, and it's gonna be very, very fun to do editing for this. Love for Israel will die with Generation X. Millennial and Gen Z has a negative view of Israel. Yep. And it's gonna be worse with Generation Alpha. So let's see here. Article 5. Okay, so we read this quote from Mr. Kitamura. So Kitamura goes on to affirm the reality that most Americans would not care to go to war for Japan. And he's right! He's right! And he said, quote, even if Japan and China had a military conflict over an uninhabited reef floating in the East China Sea, whose name most Americans have never heard of, or a tiny island about a tenth the size of Oahu, few Americans recognize that it affects American national interest. To further push the point, the treaty says in Article 10 that either Japan or the U.S. can terminate the treaty. Yeah. So everyone says, oh, we have a treaty. If Japan gets attacked, we have to go to war. The treaty says that both parties can individually, they can both separately terminate the treaty. Quote, however, after the treaty has been in force for 10 years, either party may give notice to the other party of its intention to terminate the treaty, in which case the treaty shall terminate 1 year after such notice has been given. Well, it's been a hell of a lot longer than 10 years since the treaty was agreed upon, and that was back in 1960, so it's been over 50 years. It's been more than 10 years since this treaty was signed. This is me writing. This means that one day you could see the U.S. or Japan declare to the world that the treaty is no longer binding. If China and Japan go to war, the more likely scenario is the U.S. providing Japan with aid, weapons, munitions, intelligence, and maybe some reinforcements, not a direct military intervention. In the words of Kitamura, the United States will probably provide non-combat military support activities to Japan within a range that does not lead to a war between the United States and China. And let's be real here. China has the ability to hit us with nukes. China has the ability to hit the United States with nuclear weapons. And vice versa. So, do both of these countries want to hit each other with nukes? I don't think so. I don't think so. And, people say, well, how come America didn't do anything when Russia took Crimea? Well, there was a guy in Obama's administration who said, is America really going to go to war over Crimea? That's what this guy said. He was in the Obama administration. He said, is America really going to go to war over Crimea? Now, somebody in the comment section said, why would China go to war with Japan? And that's a good question. Well, there are territorial disputes between the two countries. And Japan and China, they have been disputing for decades over literally a group of rocks in the ocean. And they are natural resources there. There's some natural resource. I don't remember what it was, but there is some kind of natural resource there. And it's not just about resources. It's about sovereignty. The Brits and the Argentinians, they went to war over some island, right? Or arguably millions of people were killed under Japanese occupation. And of course, everyone who has studied the Japanese occupation of China has read about the rape of Nanking, where the Japanese butchered hundreds of thousands of people in one city. The Chinese have never forgotten about this, obviously, and the problem is that the grievances that came about from that heinous and atrocious crime have never been fully settled. They've never really been fully resolved. And the reason why is because Japan has a lot of politicians and a lot of ideologues who pushed for this idea that Japan did not do any atrocities. So there's a lot of denial that's coming out of Japan. So the hatred is still there. There's a lot of hatred there, a lot of anger. There's a lot of resentment that's there. And again, they're both competing over who's going to rule, who's going to be the big power player in Northeast Asia. Is it going to be Japan? Is it going to be China? Because let's be real here. People talk about Taiwan. The biggest players in Asia are China and Japan. Those are the biggest players. You can say India, okay, but that's basically just some giant call center, so I really don't care so much. But I'm not really interested in India, to be honest with you. I'm really not. The biggest power players in East Asia are Japan and China. So who's going to be the dominating force? That's the question. And there's a territorial dispute over some rocks, like I said, in the middle of the ocean. You can look this up. It's called the Senkaku Islands. Literally just giant rocks that are bulging out of the ocean. And Japan and China have been arguing about who owns these rocks. Now you could say, well, it's just a bunch of rocks. Get over it. But it's not just about the rocks. It's about sovereignty. It's about who runs that territory. Not just the rocks, but the water around the rocks. Who runs it? And little things like that can spark wars. Flowers of War. Yes, that was a great movie. Japan and China can't fully go to war because each country are economically entangled, risking billions of dollars for some feelings isn't truly logical unless there's something extreme. Okay, so I've heard this argument before, that there can't be a war between China and Japan because they're both trade partners. Well, before I think it was before World War One or before World War II, Britain and Germany were trade partners, and there's war, and there was a war between the British and the Germans. You could make the argument that you could make the observation that Russia and the United States have been huge trade partners, and the United States is supporting a war against the Russians. Germany has been a huge trading partner with the Russians, and the Germans have been conspiring against the Russians. There's trade between all sorts of countries that don't like each other. That doesn't really mean that they won't ever go to war with each other. Japan never apologized for or even admitted any war crimes, unlike Germany, where they have the Holocaust in school books. Yep, that's true. That's very true. Empire of the Sun, that was a great movie. That was a great film. Freaking YouTube, man. What is your problem? Yes, I am listening. I wish YouTube could stop doing this bullcrap. Yes, I am listening to music. Was it freezing? Oh, shit. I hope I didn't freeze up too badly. Taiwan will become the Ukraine of East Asia and will use Japan as a proxy to fight China. That is a very likely scenario, yes. Andres Lopez says, the author of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama, passed away. I heard about that, yeah. I think he died of a blood clot. Love for Israel will die, etc., etc. Hello, Guts166. Hello, 1996 Honda Civic Asbestos. A crashed tanker ship blocked the Suez Canal, affecting global trade. Imagine what a war between Japan and China would do. It would be absolutely destructive. There's so much trade over in the waters between them. The U.S. would act. This whole video is going to be a very fun video to edit. Let's look at something else here. Oh, so let's go back to this article on isolationism. I gotta stop shaking my legs so much. So this was an article that was published by National Interest, and it says here, Isolationism 2.0, Donald Trump and the Future of the Liberal Order. So this guy basically says, okay, there's not going to be a world war because, we're so entrenched, we're so intertwined in this international community. And I disagree with the author on this one, on that point. But where I agree with the author is that isolationism is becoming popular again. And it says here, thankfully, okay, so et cetera, et cetera. So he says here, where the 1930s analogy does work well, however, is in the domestic politics of American foreign policy. Back then, military disappointments produced a powerful isolationist movement that hobbled the country's foreign policy and prevented Washington from responding effectively to an increasingly challenging international environment. That same pattern is repeating itself now. The real danger to be worried about today is not foreign aggression escalating into World War III. Well, that's what I'm worried about. It is the continued decay of the liberal international order thanks to homegrown American feckleness. So he gets a little bit into the history of this idea. Basically, to sum it up, he says that there were laws in the United States during World War II that prohibited the sending of American arms to belligerent nations, and this was formed by, these laws were there because of the existence of isolationists in the American Congress. So I summed that one part up. So he talks about the new isolationism. And there's a part here basically saying that American isolationism, if you want to know the roots of the current day isolationism that we're seeing, it goes all the way back to Iraq and Afghanistan. Americans said, we don't want to repeat that mistake again, so we want isolationism. And let's care about Americans. Let's stop caring so much about other countries, etc., etc. So it says here. So he talks about Donald Trump, and it says, Trump rejects the post-war order's basic assumptions. He believes in protectionism rather than free trade, competition rather than cooperation, and authoritarianism rather than democracy. Trump has no appetite for positive-sum games because he lives in a zero-sum world. He resurrected the old America First label for his foreign policy because he agrees with its ideology. For him, the United States has no real connection to the world beyond its borders. Everything is cash and carry. So then it says here, let's go to page 2 of this article. Oh boy. Let's see here. Okay, it says here, so during 2023, Ukrainian forward progress stalled and Trump regained his hold on the Republican Party. He turned support for Kiev into a partisan wedge issue, demanding that his followers accommodate Moscow and sell out America's partner. The more his political fortunes revived, the more his attempt to set a new party line gained traction. And now, thanks to the opposition of his minions, aid is about to be cut off. So let's fast forward here because he gets into this World War II analogy. Where he compares what Putin is doing to what Hitler did, but I don't really see much. I think that analogy is inadequate. But he goes on to say, if Trump wins, however, all bets are off, and not just for Ukraine. It is likely that in his second term, an angry and empowered Trump would move more quickly, forcefully, and effectively to achieve his goals, among which be a more isolationist foreign policy. Self-interested transactionalism would be everything. Gone would be any sense of teamwork or partnership and with others on equal terms and collective endeavors. So then you fast forward to what's been going on in Europe. Because remember what Trump said. He said, basically, if a European country gets hit by Russia, I'm not really going to help them if they're not paying their due to NATO, etc., etc. Now, you could argue and say, well, he was talking about countries that aren't paying their fair share to NATO. But that doesn't really matter. What matters is the perception that Trump provides. Trump is providing this perception that America is not reliable, that America, is not, that the reliability on America is unstable, that it is capricious, and that it is not tenable. So, therefore, the Europeans have to make Europe great again. And by that, they mean Germany great again. So now you go to Europe, and I saw this article that was published recently on Zeit Online. And look at the title. Robert Habeck advocates expanding military research in Germany. Oh, look at that. And you have this perfect storm that is developing. You have the rise of Trump again. You have what looks like to be a future Trump presidency for the next election. And with that said, you have the Europeans saying, "Oh my gosh, looks like this Trump guy is going to win. We better build our military infrastructure." So it says here, Habeck wants to strengthen innovations in the areas of security and military capability. The Germans' unfortunately mistaken hope for eternal peace is not taking the country any further. It says here, Federal Minister of Economics Robert Habeck. Habeck, by the way, sounds like an Arabic name. Robert Habeck has spoken out in favor of strengthening military research in Germany. We have to get better in terms of security and defense capability, and getting better also means strengthening innovation, the Green politician told the Handelsblatt. Other countries, such as Israel, are further in the area. The vibrant startup industry that also grew out of the military complex, drones, high-tech, cybersecurity, many byproducts emerged from the work on this. Germany, on the other hand, has long done too little in the area of security in the unfortunately mistaken hope that eternal peace had reached the continent. Basically, we have also downsized in terms of innovation and research. Germany should ideally have had defensive weapons such as high-tech interceptor drones years ago, etc., etc., etc. The Research and Innovation Expert Commission had previously called for greater integration of civil and military research. New material and new technologies arrive too late for the Bundeswehr. I say this very openly. We cannot continue like this. So the Minister of Economics, Federal Minister of Economics in Germany, Robert Habeck, is saying that Germany can no longer continue in the way it is. It has to strengthen itself militarily. Conscription. Is conscription coming back in Germany? Very interesting. Here's another article. In view of the shortage of personnel in the Bundeswehr, Federal Defense Minister Pistorius is examining various options. Could this mean that conscription would come back in Germany? The current state of the debate. Defense Minister Boris Pistorius has various options for compulsory service examined by April 1st. Germany should become war ready, he says. Conscription could play a role in this, and the Swedish model could be a role model. So it looks like they want to bring back mandatory conscription in Germany. And what would this mean? This would mean bringing back the draft. That's what this would mean, bringing back the draft. There is also talk in Germany about the Swedish model, which is considered unique and innovative, etc., etc. Conscription is a suitable means for Germany to recruit a sufficient number of soldiers for the Bundeswehr, particularly in times of increased threats or conflict. Conscription could enable additional rapid mobilization, etc., etc. So they're talking about bringing back the draft. However, the CDU and CSU support the idea of reintroducing compulsory military service in order to ensure the security and defense of the country. So the CDU, the Christian Democrats, and the Christian Social Union both support bringing back the draft. What's also interesting is that the AfD, the German Nationalist Party, that is one of the biggest parties in Germany right now, also believes in bringing back the draft. This is very interesting considering that nationalists in Europe and the United States love to tout how nationalists are not interventionists, how they are not militarists, they simply want to focus on Germany. Well, here you have the German Nationalist Party saying that they want to bring back a mandatory, compulsory military service. Make no mistake about it, even if the nationalists dominate Germany, the Germans will still pursue the idea of militarism. In fact, with nationalism, militarism becomes even more amplified. Because with this idea of nationalism, this idea of being proud in your race and proud in your country, proud of your country, with this ideology comes the idea of having a very strong military. So they want to make Germany's military great again, so to speak. They are, of course, German politicians who are against the draft, but nonetheless, the idea of bringing back compulsory military service is becoming a part of mainstream discourse. And here is another article. The active troops start the war and the reserves end it. The Bundeswehr's Deputy Inspector General Markus Lubenthal admires the determination of the Ukrainians. He draws a central lesson for Germany from Putin's war of aggression. Germany is lacking soldiers, both active and reservists. The Deputy Inspector General of the Bundeswehr, Markus Lubenthal, therefore welcomes the debate about reintroducing compulsory military service. So you have it right here, coming from this major military official in Germany. And then there was a poll that was taken amongst thousands of Germans. I want to say amongst about 19,000 or so Germans. And the majority of the people who were polled said yes, that they agree with the idea of bringing back compulsory military service. According to the NDR Fragged survey, the majority of those surveyed do not see the Bundeswehr as being able to adequately defend Germany against an attack. There is therefore a lack of equipment and personnel. Many are in favor of reintroducing compulsory military service. NDR Fract wanted to know in the latest survey, Bundeswehr under pressure, do we need conscription back? A clear majority answers this question with, yes. The most important arguments for a reintroduction. Young people gain important personal experience, and the willingness to defend themselves must be increased. Now, I must add that the majority of the young people who were polled said that they don't want to be forced into the military. But nonetheless, a majority of the people who were polled overall said that they agree with the idea of bringing back compulsory military service. Now, young people say they don't want to go to war. Who the hell wants to go to war? It doesn't really matter. What matters is what the occasion calls for. And in the occasion of a war, it would definitely call for a draft, a major war, especially against Russia. And here's an article that was published by The Sun, and it says, while Washington dithers on aid to Ukraine, Europe is stepping into the van. And it basically talks about, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it basically talks about how all these European countries, Germany, Finland, have been working to boost up their military capabilities. It talks about the Netherlands, how the Europeans, the Czechs, have been really taking hold of the steer in the war against Russia, while the Americans are slowly withdrawing themselves from this conflict. So there you have it. There you have it. We're seeing the rise of Europe. We're seeing the rise of Europe. And we are seeing American isolationism becoming more and more popular. And that's why we see people like what's his name? Tucker Carlson being so popular. And there was something else I wanted to show you guys. I thought this was very weird, but very revealing at the same time. Let me see if I can find it here. Here it is. There's this guy on Twitter. His name is Dom Lucre. And he posts a lot of right-wing stuff on Twitter. And I did not expect to see this, but I was looking at this yesterday. I was looking at Twitter, and this popped up in my feed. It was pretty crazy. But this Dom Lucre guy, he always posts stuff against Hillary Clinton. He posts stuff against... he posts stuff talking about Jeffrey Epstein. And so for the first time, at least that I've seen, he is posting something on Hitler. And once I saw the Hitler video, I thought to myself, well, this can't be good, right? Because nowadays, when people post videos on Hitler, it's no longer to talk about the danger of Nazism. It's to talk about how great Hitler was and how we were on the wrong side, how Hitler was a hero, etc., etc. So it says here, developing graphics. So he posts this video of Hitler, and Hitler has been, this Hitler speech has been, I guess, dubbed by AI so that the speech of Hitler will appear as though Hitler is speaking English or something like that. What disturbs me more, now the post is the post, right? Dom Lucre is not saying, I love Adolf Hitler, but he is saying in the post, in this speech, Hitler expressed where his anti-Semitism stemmed from, his goals and his thoughts on America, etc., etc. And he is saying here, I'm getting hundreds of requests to upload these speeches. Now, why would this guy Why would this guy be getting hundreds of requests to upload Hitler speeches? That's very weird. Now, this post has so far 2.6 thousand comments. And I was looking through the comments, and it was like, it's as if almost every comment is sympathetic to Hitler. Take a look at it yourself. Have you heard this suppressed speech from Malcolm X? Too much noticing going on. And Malcolm X is talking about the Jews. How it started. Nazis take over Rothschild Bank. Europa, the last battle. And this is a neo-Nazi propaganda video about basically justifying the Nazis and what they did. The whole Hitler situation is a lot more complicated than most realize. He tried to exterminate a race based on the crimes of the elite, so I don't condone his atrocities, but at the same time, but as time goes on, you realize it wasn't about creating a master race at all. Here's the full speech in his own tongue, not AI translated. There are some people who are against Nazism, but you're seeing a lot of pro-Nazi stuff. A lot of pro-Nazi stuff. The Nazis were not killed. They were brought to America to destroy it from its side. It said, well, this guy's against the Nazis. So there is some hope. Very interesting. You have this guy, Ron Unz. I've seen this guy. He's a Jewish guy who's into eugenics. And this guy says, what did American intelligence have to say about the Holocaust in the years following World War II? The Jewish groups and pro-communist groups were gaining a stronghold over American media. LOL. Ron Unz on Beatty and the perception that Jewish activism pushed America to war with Germany. Very strange that you have a Jew talking like that. Very strange. But I guess it shouldn't be as strange as we suspect that it should. Anyway, guys, what do you guys want to talk about? Dom Luker is becoming very popular now. Yeah, he is. Yeah, I'm noticing him more and more on Twitter. So I'm going to read your guys' comments. I love Empire of the Sun. How did Japan went from being poorer than most African countries to being the top 5 GDP countries in the world? Well, a lot of it had to do with the Bretton Woods plan, where the United States basically said, we have to make sure that Europe and Asia can reinforce the dollar. So they said, okay, Germany, we're going to make it so that your currency is backed by American gold. Japan, we're going to do the same thing for you. And America provided a lot of economic support for those two countries. But nonetheless, you can't take the cultural factor from all of that. There is definitely a culture of industrialism in Japan and Germany. They're both similar culturally, I think. Japan is basically the Germany of Asia. And there's a lot, they're a very industrial people, the Japanese. They're very hardworking. They're very determined. They have a lot of willpower. And the same thing could be said for the Germans. So regardless, yes, they did both receive a lot of American aid after World War II. And their currencies were both backed by American gold and the American dollar. But nonetheless, there's definitely a very strong culture of willpower and industrialism that definitely helped, and we cannot take that factor away. It's definitely there. So it says here, Ted, I colored the map of the world in different factions of the upcoming World War III. Interested in taking a peek? Sure, yeah, send it over. I think you're on my Discord, so go ahead. Robbie99. Let's see here. but not relying on foreign workers to boost GDP growth instead of cultivating a culture of good education. Japan has the best propaganda machine in the world. Their culture effectively shaped Asia from the 50s till today. Wow, I didn't know that. And how has Japanese culture influenced Indonesia? I'd be very interested to know that. Let's see here. Noah Joshua knocked down Nagano. Okay, you guys are talking about UFC. Spreading democracy to other countries without understanding the culture impact it can cause can really destabilize a nation and the region around it. Let's be real. A Trump presidency will likely just mean 4 years of quiet for the USA. Meanwhile, the world crumbles into World War III. I think that is the most practical prediction. I can't disagree with you. Japan has also unresolved disputes with South Korea. That's correct. That is correct. Japan, Andres Lopez says Japan also disputes the Lion Court rocks with South Korea. There's also a territorial dispute between South Korea and Japan. I never really looked much into it, but I have heard of this. If my memory serves me correctly. Japan going Tojo, Germans goose stepping again, the Turk rising, fun time. Yeah, man, it was very scary times. The EU is ramping up defense spending in preparation for war with Russia. China is preparing to invade Taiwan. Israel's preparing to fight Lebanon. The world is going to shit. Well, let's enjoy whatever freedom and peace that we have left in this life. Life is very short, guys. It's very short. Trump will escalate the China Cold War. He'll ban anything Chinese and push China into Putin's side further. Yeah, I agree. China and Russia is match made in heaven. Nationalism is growing cancer in the world. Yep. Germany bringing back the draft with a twist, putting most of the immigrants in it. I think this is what the German's government wants. Yeah, I think that is a very astute observation. And I think migrants would definitely serve as good muscle for the German army. I think it's going to be like... I'm going to remove this song from my playlist. It's a little bit weird. I think that... I think you're right. That the Germans wanted to use the migrants for muscle. Germany bringing back, etc., etc. Germany is spending 2 to 3% of GDP in their military. Yeah. And they want to increase it. Immigrants will never fight for Germany or any other European country for that matter. As soon as the war starts, they'll all pack their bags. See, it's hard for me to disagree with that one also. That I didn't think about that one. But yeah, immigrants are like, why am I fighting this stupid war? You know, I see two possible scenarios, and both of these might happen. I don't know. Or one of them might happen, and the other one may not happen. I don't know. But it just seems to me that either the refugees will end up in concentration camps, or they will end up being forced to fight in the military, or both. Or both. Germany will spend 7% GDP in 2027. That's huge. That's huge. Europeans better make a lot of kids. You got any reads for how the U.S. affected the outcome of the divide in Korea? Oh, damn. I don't know. I've never really... I don't think I have a book, or I've never read a book seriously on that topic. I've read about it a little bit, but I've never really looked seriously into it, to be honest with you. Japanese invented Nintendo. That's true. Germans and Japanese have very good work ethic. Yep. I hate neo-Nazis and commies equally. Amateur streamer. What are you having for dinner? I had some fish and chips earlier today. I think I'll have a dandelion salad later on. I'm not sure. Sounds like documentary. The greatest story never told. Yep. Yeah. A lot of the Nazis were spreading that video around. Fascism is silently becoming the mainstream. Yep. And most people won't see it until it's too late. That's the scary thing about it. Yeah, it is good. It's good background music. Thanks to you, Goose Hunter. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go. Germany will have Turkish and Islamic division and similar. Yep. I think that's gonna happen. Yeah, I think there's gonna be Islamic divisions in the German military. I'm going to knead my dough real quick, okay, guys? Give me a minute.
So send the pain below where I need it. You used to beg me to take care of things and smile at the thoughts of me failing. But long before having hurt, I'd send the pain below. I'd send the pain below, much like suffocating, much like suffocating. Like suffocating, I'd send the pain below. Much like suffocating, I'd send the pain below. You used to run me away, all while laughing, then cry about that fact till I return.
So what's to drink? What is there to drink? Let's get something to drink. All right, so we'll be looking at, looks like homemade beer. Sometimes I get kombucha and beer confused, but I'm pretty certain this is beer. So here we go, guys. Homemade beer, which is always better than store-bought stuff. Usually better. Oh, is that kombucha? I'm not sure. A lot of carbonation there. beer. Yeah, definitely beer. So let's take a look at the color here. Let's get a good drinking song on. Hold up. Let's get a good drinking song up on here, guys. Hold up. What drinking song should we get this time? How many people are listening to this stream? 28 people. Okay, we've gone down a little bit. I think next time, instead of showing you guys the articles that I want to talk about, I should just take excerpts from the article, the excerpts that most interest me from the articles, and then just read to you guys the excerpts. Let's look at. Let's see here. What's a good drinking song, guys? What's a good drinking song? Let's play a little Italian music. I think we should play a little bit of Italian music. Why not? Let's play it. Here we go. I love this song. This is an old Italian song from I want to say 1998. Here we go. Oh, wait. Why is it sounding so weird? Oh, goodness gracious. Why it sounds so weird. I don't know why iTunes is such a pain in the ass. Oh, there we go.
Ho visto fiere e rondini bruciare di passione, volando basse e rapide, ridendo piano, e le ho viste stanche da frante posarsi sul mio balcone. Le ho sentite parlare, tenendosi per mano, Ho paura di cadere, disse la più bella, di scoprire che i miei voli sono stati di cartone. Scoprire chi ha creato quella stella che dall'alto osserva tutto, come l'occhio di bidone. La più piccola l'ascolta, ali chiuse, sguardo spento, forse impreparata.
Oh my god.
Ad un tema così amaro.
That is good. Oh, that's good.
E lei non parla, ed io leggo in volto il verso del giaguaro. incrociati dentro fogli da disegno, dove due colori son bastati per guardare le foto di famiglia. E lì ho visto tutti i voli con le ali irrigidite come fossili di marmo. Ci vorrebbe un vento bagnato che riempia gli spazi lasciati all'agonia dell'infinito e che spenga il bagno redato a questo sole. Liberi di vivere, liberi di ascoltare le illusioni della mente e dell'anima, liberi dai pensieri, dai riflessi della mente e dell'anima, liberi di ascoltare le ragioni dentro al cuore e dell'anima,
I give it a 10 out of 10. Such a masterpiece. I love this. I've been listening to this song since 2017, 2016, and I just never get tired of it. Never get tired of this song. Such a masterpiece. Let's look at your comments here. That's beer. Yep. This is it's a brew that I made last year. And it is made from water, obviously, brown sugar, brewer's yeast, and lots of catnip. I mean, I had so much catnip growing in my backyard last year. It was everywhere. Catnip was everywhere. And I thought, you know what? Let's make a beer. Let's make some good old-fashioned hedge brew, and let's do it. So I just took a whole bunch of brown sugar, took a ton. I harvested all the catnip outside, boiled the catnip in water, let it cool down, took the catnip tea, put it in a giant 5-gallon brewer's bucket, a brewing bucket. I added how many? It was 5 gallons, half a teaspoon each. That's 2.5 teaspoons of brewer's yeast and 20 cups of brown sugar. And brown sugar consists of sugar and molasses. So with the molasses, you get that sort of malt texture and malt flavor. Very important for brew making. And I also added, there's a taste of lemon here. So I probably added lemon to this just for extra flavor. I mean, catnip brew, man. It's really amazing. If you want to make a good beer, if you want to make a beer out of herbs, I mean, just take brown sugar, whatever herbs you want, water, and brewer's yeast. Make sure you get a very good quality brewer's yeast. I bought my brewer's yeast. I ordered a brewer's yeast from Belgium. That's very good quality. The formula is for every gallon of water, you want to add 2 cups of brown sugar and a half a teaspoon of brewer's yeast. That is the formula that I follow. How much herbs? I think there isn't enough herbs. I think that you should cram in as many herbs into the water as much as possible. Take in just a ton of catnip or a ton of dandelion roots or a ton of burdock roots. Put them in water. Boil it, make a good tea out of it, let the tea cool off. Put it in brewers buckets, and for every gallon of tea, you want to add 2 cups of brown sugar, half a teaspoon of brewer's yeast. That's the formula that I follow. Here we go. Did you get a proximity high? I don't know what you're talking about. Ted's Brewing Tavern, rooftops down, driving with the songs, be a perfect day. I need to go to work. All right, man. See you later, Goods. I haven't seen any of the Dune films. Lydia Anello says, beautiful. All the accents are strong. Yep. Nice caramel color. Yep. Very good. The color comes from basically it comes from the molasses in the brown sugar. Nigel Smith says, I can't remember the last time I had a good beer. I like the unclear texture of the beer. Well, Goose Hunter, I can tell you right now that the unclear texture comes from it just comes from the massive texture of, let me think, hold on. It just comes from the massive amount of molasses from the brown sugar, and I think it also comes from just the high concentration of catnip. But catnip has a very deep flavor if you give it a chance. It has a very deep flavor. Back to You by John Mayer. Yep, a good song. I had that playing during the stream. Cheers. Thank you very much. So let's do some musical recommendations. Perfect song for the poor. I completely agree. So let's get to your musical recommendations. Let's just do it. Nice ingredients. Thank you. Is your dad going to be with us tomorrow? I think so. I'm going to ask him, and then I'm going to announce it on the page. But I think he will be on. Actually, no, I don't think he'll be on tomorrow. I think he's going to be gone somewhere tomorrow. But I'll ask him anyway. So what are your musical recommendations? Somebody recommended to me some Kiwi music, The Feelers' Pressure Man. All right, let's get a listen to this. All right, here we go. Feelers' Pressure Man. This is like the Matrix when Neo and Trinity were out in the Matrix, and then Cypher was there and Morpheus was there, and then Cypher betrayed them, and then the agents found where Morpheus was. But before Morpheus gets captured, they all upload their brains into the Matrix, and music just like this starts to play, I swear. This. Oh, this is really good. I like how he's slowly, gradually ascending upwards in his voice. I like this. He is building up the pressure. I like this.
This is really good. How come I never knew about this masterpiece? This is really good. God damn, I can't stop listening to this. I did a song, I did a video a while back ago called "New Zealand Sucks." I think I'm reconsidering it. I mean, this is a solid song, guys. This is legit. It has a verse, has emotion. There's different shifts in the feeling, different contours in the song. Very creative. There's different dimensions being played out here. I mean, this is really good. Really good. And he went back to the, so he expressed an emotion, then there was this heavy guitar solo, and then he goes back to the same emotion, which is very poetic. That was a solid song. Oh, that was really good, guys. That's a really good piece of music. I'm definitely going to be saving this in my list of musical recommendations. This is a masterpiece of a song. This is a really good damn song. Somebody recommended to me, and there are one here. Music indeed. Dune 2. Goose Hunter recommended to me. Oh yeah, here it is. Fifth Down Pressure. All right, but that New Zealand song, that's a really good piece of music, guys. That's a really good piece of music. All right, Fifth Dawn Pressure. Let's give this a listen. This is a good song. I'm liking it already. MRJCH24 says, I'm glad you like it, Theo. I'm glad you sent it to me, man. I saved it on my playlist. Port69 says, nice music. Yup. Justin Kuhn says, what song is this? It's a New Zealand song. It's called Fifth Down Pressure. Let me put the link to the song here. Hold up. Here is the link to the song that you just heard. It's on the chat. Does catnip taste like watercress? No, catnip tastes like... It has a very deep cucumber-like flavor. That's what catnip... If I had to describe it. Here we go. All right, let's go back to the song here. Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
I feel as if my heart is gonna leak, my heart is gonna leak beyond the world. I know I wish to keep you well. Follow the stars, and when you get far, let me know that there's no behind. There's the wish that kept you well. The only thing from me to here, yeah, I saw you walking on the stairs. I stood and watched you, and I observed 5 years that pressure caught on fire. No, you can't escape without the pressure. Decreases, releases, and then you will get out alive. And no, you can't escape without the pressure. Decreases, releases, and then you will get out alive. No, you can't escape without the pressure. But no, you can't escape without the pressure.
This is really good. I like it. Cesar Perez says, sorry, hold on. Somebody asked me, Cesar Perez says, what song is this? The one that's playing right now, it's called Fifth Dawn Pressure. Fifth Dawn Pressure. Let's see here. This is a good song. I like it. That's a good song. Next one is, I saved this one on my playlist here. Next one is Into the Light by Ignescent. And this is suggested by Joshua George. Let's give this a listen.
Into the night, you stole my heart and soul. You've come to take control. I was lost, but now I see you've abandoned me. Dark and hard to scroll. Now you're making me whole. Into the night, you killed my pain inside. Into the night, you brought me back to life. I was lost, but now I say you've unblinded me. You killed my pain inside. Into the night. You brought me back to life. I was lost, but now I say you unblinded me. Dark and hard as cold.
Not bad.
Into the night.
Not bad. Very nice vocals. Let's do People Rain cover by Adam Levine. All right. Purple Rain.
I never meant to cause you any sorrow.
I mean, this song, the original song kind of sucks already, so I can't imagine a cover being any better.
I never meant to cause you any pain. I only wanted one time to see you laughing. Only wanna see you live in the purple rain. Purple rain.
Yeah, this is a song that everyone has heard a gazillion times. They play it on the radio every single day. I don't like it. I think it's annoying. Purple rain, purple rain. Okay, next song, The Particle Man. They Might Be Giants, okay?
Doing the things a particle can. What's he like? It's
Alright, so this song sucks. What's the next one? Gunship Music, Send Me an Angel. I mean, I'm looking for artwork here. I'm not looking for some kind of a joke here. Where's the artwork? Let's hear some more of this. Oh, hold on. This is a teaser. Alright, let's hear this. Alright, this is some good techno. Open fire, hot damn. Nice. This is good. I like this. This is really good. This is really good. Next song. Foster the People. Oh, yeah. That's a great one. Oh, I love Foster the People. Let's give this a listen. this is a British song. I remember FIFA 2015 had a song by this band. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this is a very popular song. A very popular song. Foster the People. I remember they had a song. Are they British or American? I don't remember. Remember they had a thing on FIFA. Oh goodness, is it? Oh god. Is the internet out? Oh, I love this song. I think this is the best song by Foster the People. La 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 la. Oh, this is a great piece of music. I love this one. I think this is the best song by Foster the People. It's just a wonderful piece of music.
Fella, yeah, young one trip and makeup, lift the hands up to holler. Well, I gave her what I got, but couldn't handle her broken heart. The rock words in the hands of dissidents with the fire. Yeah, we rip apart the nail rope from the bone of the liars. And well, I'm afraid to send too much and end in a martyr. But even more so, I'm afraid to face God and say I was a coward, yeah.
Now, if you guys didn't pick up on that, the last line of the verse there was quite amazing. He says, I fear to face God and tell him that I was a coward. And this is the part of the song that really resonates with me, is that lyrical part right there. So I'll read it to you guys. And yeah, I'm afraid of saying too much and ending a martyr. But even more so, I'm afraid to face God and say I was a coward. Ever since I started listening to this song in 2015, these lines have resonated with me. I'm afraid of saying too much and ending a martyr. And we all feel this way, right? We all feel at times afraid to speak. But then he says, but even more so, I'm afraid to face God and say I was a coward. Very powerful lines.
You wanna be, yeah, 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 yeah. The war machine will put out both cents for $1. It's drinking at the table with the chrome and gorillas. And the young one drip the makeup, lift the leg up to holler. Yeah, I told her what she's got should be protected in the arms of love.
How does it sound like? Oh, it sounds pretty good.
The right things in the hands of dissidents with the fire. Yeah, we rip apart the mill rope from the bone of the liars. And I'm afraid of saying too much and ending a martyr. Even more so, I'm afraid to face God and say I was a coward, yeah. Are you what you wanna be?
That's a really good song. Next one is suggested by Cesar Perez. This is Hex by Emma McGann. All right, let's give this a listen. The Amazing Sessions. All right.
you one of my new songs called
Oh, she's got a... Hold on a second.
Your clothes sink into my skin. Don't let go of me. I don't know where we begin. Or where we go from here. Ooh, don't know what you did, but now I got a taste for this. Lightning in my face, burning up your life.
It's not really to my liking. It's not what I'm... Not to my taste. Let's see. Catonia, my twin. All right, let's give this a listen.
Then the shame, the head is hung in shame. The neck, then the shame, the head is hung in shame. I thought that you had grown, that you would carry on. Now that I am gone, what else has been withdrawn? You used to be like my twin, and all it's been was it all for nothing? Are you strong when you're with him? The one who's placed you above us all.
This is really good.
I think of love, I let it pass. It feels like fire, but it won't last. You used to be like my twin, and all it's been was it all for nothing? Are you strong when you're with him? The one who's placed you above us all. You used to be like my twin, and all it's been was it all for nothing? Are you strong when you're with him? The one who's placed you above us all. What is it coming true? I am unwilling to go on. You have lost, no one has won. You used to be like my twin, and all it's been was it all for nothing? Are you strong when you're with him? The one who's placed you above us all. You used to be like my twin, and all it's been was it all for nothing? Are you strong when you're with him? The one who's placed you above us all.
That's a really good song. I like it. I'm going to save that one. All right, next one is Kitty, Smile, Empty Soul. Oh, I keep saying the print button. I don't know why. Paste, paste, paste. Kitty, smile, empty soul, all right? That's really good. That was really good. I'm going to save that one. Next song is Mr. Kyrie. All right, let's give this a listen. Sounds like some Australian song from the 80s. Yeah, it sounds like Men at Work. Is this Kitty Alason? Is using really?
Cannot hide, setting my feet upon the road. My heart is old, it holds my memories. My body burns a gem like flame. Somewhere between the soul and soft machine is where I find myself again.
This song sounds so familiar. I think I've heard this before on the radio.
When I was young, I thought of growing old and what my life would mean to me. Would I have followed down
It's an interesting song. Every 80s song does this. Da 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 da. They do this thing. Okay, next song. This song's not bad. It just sounds like every other 80s song I've heard. Not every song. Hysteria by Muse. Okay, here we go. Let's give this a listen. It's okay. It just gives me like a 2009 vibe. All right. Game of Love by Michelle Branch. All right, let's give this a listen. Is this what I think it is? This is a classic, by the way. It's a very good. I like it. This is a classic. I used to hear this song growing up on the radio. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Yep.
Just what you want me to be. One guess, and boom, you're the only one for me. So please tell me why don't you come around no more?
I remember this.
'Cause right now I'm crying outside the door of the candy store. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Started with a kiss, now we're up to that. A little bit of laughs, a little bit of pain. Turn my back, it's all in the game. Love is whatever you make it to be.
It's a very good song. Unsun, a single touch. All right, here we go. By the way, John Seversike recommended a song, Fourth Dimension. I'm sorry, I forgot. I skipped your song. I didn't see it. I will play it after this one. There's no way this singer is American. There's just no way. This woman has to be from Eastern Europe. Unsun. The lyrics and the way that she sings is very European. Unsun. Singer. Where's this woman from? Unsun. Polish. There you go. Yeah, the lyrics are very just unrelatable for America. Just the way that the lyrics are, it's just not something an American would do. For example, she says, "We walked in the forest picking blackberries. Your basket was full of blood-red raspberries, and just as a bolt that comes from the blue, your unspeakable sorrow into my basket flew." Yeah, it's definitely not American. But it's a great song. That's a really good song. I'm going to save this one. Okay, Mr. Seversike recommended this song, Fourth Dimension, acoustic by Lights. Okay, let's give this a listen.
I could take steps in this morning, that cloud, look at my breath and still feel the warm out. This isn't about seasons or about rhyme and reason. Trying to be smart, but my O's and my ones only show stars and my toes and my bones. Nothing adds up but a greed. You becomes us and makes three. Cheers to such an old invention, dear. We touched the fourth dimension.
Very nice.
Bottle rockets and time bombs and warheads. We could go back, keep on, be like, follow me to the chapel. We're the kings of the castle. It's a science, but there's room to believe in the riots. I find you and I breathe. This isn't for the weak hearts, but everyone's here at some point. Here's to such an old invention, dear. We touched the
Nice.
I'm on moons and clouds where worlds revolve around. I'm on moons and clouds where worlds revolve around. To such an old invention, dear. We touched the fourth dimension. Cheers to such an old invention. Here's an honorable mention. We touched the fourth dimension. We touched the fourth dimension.
This is nice. I like it. I like this one. Let's see. You Always Be My Thunder by Boys Like Girls. All right, let's listen to this.
2 days a winding road that's taken me to places that I didn't want to go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Today, no blink of an eye, I'm holding on to something and I do not know why. I tried to read between the lines. I tried to look in your
This song is very reminiscent of 2007, 2008. It has that feeling. It came out in 2007. Oh, I was close. I said 2008. Oh, I was close. Yeah, every song has a feeling from a particular decade, and you can just hear it.
I want a simple explanation. What I'm feeling inside. Gotta find a way out. Maybe there's a way out. Your voice was the soundtrack of my summer. Do you know you're unlike any other? You'll always be my thunder. And I said, your eyes are the brightest of all the colors. I don't wanna ever love another. You'll always be my thunder. So bring on the rain, bring on the thunder. 2 days a winding road. Tell me where to start and tell me something
Not bad.
I don't know. Today I'm on my own. I can't move a muscle and I can't pick up the phone. I don't know. And now I'm reaching for the tall grass, longing for the breeze. I need to step outside just to see if I can breathe. Find a way out. Maybe there's a way out.
Not bad.
Let you know how much you feel your pain. 2 days a winding road that's taken me to places that I didn't want to go.
Now I'm gonna listen to these guys. I'm gonna start binge listening to these guys. Probably gonna look up all their albums.
Whoa. Your voice was the soundtrack of my summer. You know you're unlike any other. You'll always be my thunder. And I said, your eyes are the brightest of all the colors. I don't wanna ever love another. You'll always be my thunder. And I said, your voice was the soundtrack of my summer. You know you're unlike any other. You'll always be my thunder. So bring on the rain. Oh baby, bring on the pain.
Not bad. Next song is Orbis Factor in the House. All right, here we go. Orbis Factor. I'm not really seeing anything here. Let's see here. Hold on. Diadric Nim.
Intoxicating if she's human in a strange way. You offer it all. You offer it all to me. Sacrificing me just to satiate and not to read while you surface. You offer it all, offer it all. In the depths of your mind, at the echoes replying, they can radiate my ones too. Through the rift you're unbind, all the pulsating vines circulating to
Not bad, not bad. The Veils, Vicious Traditions. All right. I'm not seeing anything here. The Veils, Vicious Traditions. Oh, I see it now. Okay.
This country's gone, and innocent soldier. Fight your way out of this one. 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 Grow a blood red vision.
That was a really good song. I love the buildup. I love the buildup, and I love how there's a nice apex in the end. Definitely going to be saving this one. I like this one. I couldn't stop listening to this one. It's almost like a trance. 2004, this song came out. Oh, man. There were some great songs in those days. Let me tell you. Great songs in those days. Next song is Debris by Holmes. I think the best songs I've heard so far are from MRJCH24. The first song that he recommended was great. Let's see here. Paste. Debris by Holmes. All right, let's give this one a listen. I have to say, I like the beginning of this one. I love the accordions. It sounds very... This song had to... When was this song made? 2017. It sounds old. Sounds like a song from the late 90s. But I love the accordion in this one.
Could open their eyes to all the breeze. I would bring down their sky. Tired of appraising the world of the fields. I will break up their lives. If I could show them the scars of our disease, I would humble their knees. Tired of adulterate wounds, constructed dreams. Their blood will nurture the weeds. Wistful days, all machines discard, born too late. I'll repeal their ways. If I could open their eyes to all the breeze, I would bring down their sky. Tired of appraising the world of the fields, I will break up their lives. Wistful days, all machines discard, born too late. I'll repeal their ways.
That was a really good piece of music. I really liked it. I love the accordion. Really nice jam. Definitely save that one. Slavyanka Yanyanko Mochnik. All right, let's give this a listen. Here we go. It's a Slavic lo-fi. Nice. All right, next one. Pinback by Clemencio. All right. Let's give this a listen. There's a beautiful bass to this song. You know what I hear this music, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, I had this art teacher from Austin years ago when I was in high school, and he was from Austin. And, you know, Austin is the big center for indie music. I think the biggest music festival in the world, or in America at least, is in Austin. And he would play this type of music, I remember. And it was just, I remember listening to it for the first time and asking him, what kind of music is this? And he said, oh, it's indie music. Straight out of Austin. It was very, very, very altering experience, I must say. Very doomerish music. Problem with this song is as nice as it sounds, it doesn't have a drop. Next song is Sarah, Aftertaste. All right. Here we go.
Trust in my
so proud. I shift from room to room, from face to face. Claims to be foolproof, wanna be a leader. Snaps, he snaps. Master race, paper carrying up to place. So flat, so blind, not good. Never taste the bitterness, won't go, it stays. We'll go away, but it might. Hasty, careless, blood demanding siren. Once in a while, raising hand above the clouds. But I can't see a 4.5% of peace and happy. Neon lights behind, alleys leave away. This way. Master race, paper carrying up to place. So flat, so blind, not good. Never taste the bitterness, won't go, it stays. We'll go away, but it might.
That was really good. Oh, that was really good. I like that one. That only 956 views for this song. Man, it has very good talent. Next song, Midavi by something in Cyrillic. All right, so let's give this a listen. Give that a listen. Okay, here we go. Midavi.
Я в прошлом оставлю все горечь, ненасти и грусть. Мне так свободно. Расправлю я крылья, я с ветрами в небо взлечу. Есть моя воля.
Грязные руки касались чистого тела. Я так не хотела. Я так не хотела. Теперь я умею себя защищать. Тогда не умела. Тогда не умела. Прости меня за то, что не была рядом. Когда тебе было больно, я тебя не знала. Твои шрамы я любовью покрою. И я за руку войду в огонь с тобою. Это ты, только сильная внутри.
Я в прошлом оставлю все горечь, ненасти и грусть. Мне так свободно. Расправлю я крылья, я с ветрами в небо взлечу. Есть моя воля. Слезы реки пройдут, цветы цветом и зацветут. Этот путь с тобой пройду. Будет и горько ему. За ошибки я дорого плачу. Знай, за все тебе прощу. Твои
really good song. That's a really, really good song. I'm definitely gonna save that one. That's a really good song. What else do we have? Weak by SWV. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. I just after hearing the songs that some of you guys sent me, like the Russian one I just heard, or some of the stuff from the New Zealand guy, or some of the obscure rock music that I've heard, I hear something like this, I'm turning it off. This is, you know what this music is? This is 1980s sex music and in an African American movie. That's what this is. All right, next song. Here we go. Rajasthani Soul. Okay, here we go. That's nice. Oh, I like that cobble. Oh, that's good. Oh, this is good. I like this.
Oh
That's really good. That is fucking amazing. Truly, I definitely saved that one. This is a very good piece of music. What else do we have here? This is a really good piece of music. What else do we have here? Hasta la vista. Okay. MC Solar. Okay, here we go. All right. Next song. Peter Murphy, Cuts You Up. All right, here we go.
Signs, pour yourself over me like the sun through the blinds. You lift me up and get me out, keep me walking but never shout. Hold the secret close, I hear you say. You know the way it goes about, it takes you in and splits you out. It spits you out when you desire to conquer it, to feel your high. To follow it, you must be clean with mistakes that you do mean. Move the heart, switch the pace, look for what seems out of place.
A lot of beautiful rhythm in this song. It's very passionate. There's a nice background sound that's very strong. I like it. A lot of emotion. I'm really liking this one.
On it goes, call it like a distant wind, but through the zero I will walk. We'll cut the thick and break the thin. No sound to break, no moment clear. When all the doubts are crystal clear, crashing hard into the secret wind. You know the way it twists and turns, changing colors, spinning yarns. You know the way it leaves you dry, it cuts you up and takes you high. You know the way it's painted gold. Is it honey? Is it cold? You know the way it goes about. It takes you in and spits you out. Cuts you up.
face. Look for what seems out of place. Cut you up. Cut you up. It's okay, it goes this way. But let it twist away. Cut you up and spit you out. Keeps you walking but never shout. It's okay, it goes this way. But let it twist away. Cut you up and spit you out. Keeps you walking but never shout.
That's a very good piece of music. And this song came out in 1989. Russians in the house. All right. Brittany Bindrum Obelisk. Okay. Oh, I've seen this woman before. She's pretty hot. Damn. All right, listen to more of this.
As I find that this end is dead, I feel my love filling up with dread. Feel these fever dreams burn through my bed. I do this to myself, I already know nowhere for this desire to go. I look too far ahead, still the muse follows. Return to the wounds, the flight and the fall. In the fortress, the tomb grows the truth of it all. The fire, the thirst build up to rainfall. And honor a curse to follow the Create and destroy, it's our dyad. Feels like I lost what I never had. Long for lands that grew in blood. Am I going mad? Hear cries of a ghost choir. Still my voice drifts up higher. I look too far ahead. Feel my heart on fire. Return to the womb, a fortress and a tomb. The fire, the thirst, in honor and a curse. Return to the womb, a fortress and a tomb. The fire, the thirst, in honor and a curse. Return to the womb, to fight and to fall. In the fortress, the tomb grows the truth of it all. The fire, the thirst build up to rainfall. And honor a curse to follow the call. Return to the womb, to fight and to fall. In the fortress, the tomb grows the truth of it all. The fire, the thirst build up to rainfall. And honor a curse to follow the call.
That's a really good piece of music. Lyrically, it's a beautiful song. I really like the idea of the womb being a fortress, life, death. It's very metaphysical. All right, guys. I have been streaming for almost 5 hours now. So I think gonna call it a night. I think I've heard enough music. But for those of you whose songs I did not listen to, I will listen to your songs next time. I really need to start I need to start to finish my bread. And yeah. All right. Hope you guys have a good weekend. And God bless all of you guys. And you guys just heard some theology.